Okay, so we've not been able to connect online yet. So now we have to keep it interactive. So who else wants to tell us what they do?
No, I do now.
Who else? Okay.
Huh?
I don't know
What's up?
so far.
Press your audio. What did you press?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Bola David Tolu. I run a climate organization called Eco Green Climate. What we do basically is climate outreaches, climate education. We try to sensitize young people about climate change, tell them how it affects them and their environment. And we are also looking into ways we can grow and get more sponsors for building a project, a climate project that solves the problem in Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. What type of climate projects are you looking to? Because I think I said be specific, but you were not.
So specifically into agriculture, climate smart agriculture, and also into transportation. We are open to ideas. Basically, we have people that have interest in various parts of climate, various aspects of climate change. So we don't have a particular niche, but we are looking into doing that. But for now, I'll say agriculture, climate smart agriculture.
Okay, that's very beautiful. And I love that you also niche down to climate smart agriculture. And I have seen this countless times for a lot of young founders in the development space, having NGOs. Most times you're too broad. So nobody can fund you because nobody knows what you do. And sometimes even you as the founder of that organization do not really know what you're doing. So being open to everything, it's good, but it might be suicidal unless you're big, unless you have been able to create that name for yourself and everybody trusts you, and now you can be open to everything. But when you're starting, you're funding your organization, you've never received grant funding before, the first thing you would want to do is to niche down to a specific problem. Who is this for and why do they need this solution? Do you understand? For example, I will also give an example with Planet Pride, my organization. We've gotten funding and we're new in the space. We got registered February this year. And the basic reason why we got that funding was because we could identify who this was for. Localizing climate education in Africa. Young students do not really know what climate change is because it is too broad. It is mostly communicated in formal English, policy terms. We want to speak pidgin English to young people and talk to them about climate change. We want climate change to be understood in the context of what they feel, not what the textbooks say. So that is very clear. So whenever somebody hears that, they have an idea of what we're doing. And that's why it is easy for us to like win people's heart. So for every young builder here, the first thing you should take away from this conversation is that you need to be specific in what you're doing, who your solution is for. We all care about the environment. We are all passionate. But have you checked the amount of NGOs that get registered every year in Nigeria? The numbers will shock you. So how do you stand out from everybody? Because now almost everyone is starting an NGO. How do you stand out? Being specific, knowing what you want. I'm not for everybody. You understand? We have a climate handbook at Planet Pride, 9 to 17 years. If you are 18 years, the handbook is not for you. So we're not saying we just want to be inclusive, we want everybody to benefit. No, everybody cannot benefit from you. Everybody cannot benefit from you. So you have to be specific. Who is going to benefit from you and why? That is also important. I made a post on LinkedIn that went far, and the post was basically saying most of the times, a lot of people who get grants that I've noticed are not people who are connected to the problem. And now a lot of grant makers have started realizing that mistake. So you have to be connected to the solution you're trying to implement. So my connection was, growing up, I was always hearing climate change, but I never understood it. I thought it was a foreign problem because of the communication barrier. So do you see how Hawa Abubakar, Honey Hawa, is connected to that specific solution I'm bringing out? Anyway, so with all of this, who would like to specifically tell us what your organization is doing? No one. Okay. What? Who would like to specifically, what is your organization doing specifically? Let me take it.
Sorry, good morning, everyone. So I work with the NUC that's under the SPECI project, that's Sustainable Procurement, Environmental and Social Standard Enhancement Project. So specifically what we are doing is, there is currently in Nigeria exists a gap. We have very, very few amount of environmental and social standard specialists in Nigeria. And so in conjunction with the Bureau of Public Procurement, we are working towards building capacity in environmental and social standard specialists across the country. So that's what we are doing at the moment. So it's something that I think everyone can do or to plug into, because on the long run, BPP is also making works to ensure that across all organizations, private and public, you dare not procure anything that doesn't fit within environmental standards. So that's what we are doing currently. Thank you.
Very beautiful. And if you're interested, don't forget to connect with team. Like I mentioned, do not leave this room without making at least one connection. Because most times when people come for events, they always want to connect with maybe the speakers, the special advisors that come. But connecting horizontally will do you a lot of good. The person sitting beside you, you have to connect with them. Think about a project, because another reason why a lot of people in the environmental space are not really getting funding now, I'm turning to a lecturer, right? Yeah, another reason why a lot of people in the environmental space are not getting funding is because they do not have proof of work. Oh, your concept is beautiful, but almost everybody has beautiful concepts. Why should they fund you? You've not done a pilot project. So that is why you need people sitting beside you right now. You guys can pull funds together and come up with a simple pilot project, a baby of what you're trying to do. So when you're applying for funding, you have proof of work and you have proof that it has worked. You want to train 10 million students, but you've already trained 100 students. And the results, the metrics, the accurate metrics shows that this has worked for 100 students. So next time, or basically, this is the lesson you should take away from today. Connect with people around you. Grow together, hold hands together and grow together. And even me, the host of this event, I would love to connect with wonderful people. I have noted 2 persons I have to connect with before I leave this hall, because I have already envisioned a kind of project that we can work on together. So who else would like to tell us about what they do? This is your chance to basically pitch yourself. Who would like to tell us about what they do specifically? You, okay.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Amos Janet Kaura, and I am a digital campaign lead for Agriculture 360 initiative. And one of the major things we do is very similar to what Hawa does, climate literacy. So we're trying to bridge the gap about climate literacy, especially grassroots, which is secondary students and primary students. We go around schools to teach students what climate, the whole idea of climate change, environment and related issues. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deborah. Maybe we have to connect. Okay, sir.
Thank you. Let me come again. Like Yobe State, Office of the Sustainable Development Goal, Yobe State, we coordinate all the activities of SDG implementation in Yobe State and even beyond. But people sometimes fail to understand the capacity, the contribution, the responsibility of that office, even the supporting of that office. Hello? Maybe somebody is living here in Yobe State, Abuja, thinking of Yobe State, maybe it's far from Abuja, doesn't have nothing to do with Yobe. We have a lot of opportunity in Yobe State because currently we are looking for young, vibrant, talent, experience, capable and capabilities person that can write good proposal in terms of climate change action. Currently, I'm waiting for a lot of proposal in that regard, climate change, because we are given this chance by very big organization that we have to submit before society. So by coming to this, we are all one, friends. This offer is given to each and everyone that we will select the best and we will work together with anyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Dr. Adamu have told us that there is position that is open for somebody who can write a winning, perfect climate proposal. So the person can come up with the concept of their own. If you have a brilliant idea and you need funding, you need visibility, this is your chance. So do you see the importance of pitching yourself? So now Dr. Adamu has the ball to you. If you have a brilliant idea and you believe funding is your barrier or funding is your problem, you can partner with the Yobe State SDG network and you can get that funding and visibility you want. So don't forget to reach out. Thank you so much, everyone. Clap for Dr. Adamu. So this is the last I'm going to take before we continue our event.
Sorry, I have to speak again. So I spoke on, we work on agricultural sustainable farming. We educate farmer on the need to return back to organic farming. We all heard the story of how the ginger industry. So one of the reasons why we are fixing that is as a result of the misuse of agro-pesticides. Some of these farmers, they use these chemicals and they don't know how to apply it because our natural habitat has been built in a way that it should be able to build resistance on its own. Fungi, they are beneficial soil organisms that should feed on this fungi. But as a result of farmers, they just want to make yields, increase yield, and they don't know some of these things has an advanced effect. So what we do is that we try to educate farmers on this and teach them some sustainable approach that is climate smart agriculture to keep them moving, their crops yielding amidst the climate change. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. A lot of persons are asking already, Dr. Adamu, a lot of people are already interested in your offer. So a lot of persons are asking, how do they contact you? Where do they submit? Do you have an email? Do you have an email that they can submit their proposal to? Okay, so just tell us a little about the email. What heading should they use when submitting the email?
Okay, the email is sdg@gmail.com. sdg@gmail.com. The subject, just you can write your organization's name in the subject. While the other personal mail for the project coordinator is adamaudu1989@gmail.com. adamaudu1989@gmail.com. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the offer. Thank you so much. Have everyone gotten that? Okay, beautiful. So now we're going to be having a goodwill message by someone very, very dear to us. She's the speaker today and she's a professor, right? So she is none other than Professor Mrs. Ngozi Odiaka, the country director, representative from Ministry of Youth and Development. We'll be taking her bio first. Okay.
Okay. Emmanuel is supposed to go, right? And Mr. Emmanuel is supposed to take the next presentation, but he is online. So we're going to be taking Google messages for the representatives in the room. And we're waiting for the projector to project so we could see our speaker that are online when they are presenting, and we're still having technical difficulties with that. So now,
Okay, representative of
Comment laptop? No, it must be, it must be, it must be. You're leaving.
Okay, so the speaker is not here yet.
No.
We're so sorry about that. And in the meantime,
Woman of finance.
we have a question. Or you want to say something? Want to introduce yourself? Now everybody wants to introduce themselves because of Dr. Adam. Everyone wants you to know them. But yeah, it's good, it's important.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Susanna, and I'm the founder of Diet 24/7. So Diet 24/7 is a nutrition and food systems initiative that is focused on training farmers on sustainable agricultural practices that is rooted in preserving our biodiversity and promoting our indigenous crops. A lot of indigenous crops in Nigeria is quietly going into extinction, while our farmers focus on yields that are good for export values. But at Diet 24/7, we are training farmers on how to focus more on sustainable agricultural practices that promote our indigenous crops. And not only that, currently we are leading in nutrition for teens and food systems education across public and private schools in Nigeria. We've reached 1,500 adolescents in Calabar, Cross River State, and Abuja. And this project is focused on exposing young people to the skills and knowledge and the connection between climate, food, and their health so that they can be future ambassadors to climate actions, especially climate challenges that will affect their future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for, we didn't get your name, Susanna. Yeah. A round of applause for Susanna. I think somebody else does something similar. I heard someone mentioning agriculture as well. Deborah. Okay. Okay, that's it. All right, thank you so much. Susanna, at Planet Cred, I think we would like to partner with you. That's just by the way. Now we're going to be taking the exhibition. So a lot of people had beautiful things they would want to showcase with us, but it's not going to be inside the hall. Before our speakers arrive, we're so sorry about that. We will be taking exhibition. So you can go out from this way to just see the beautiful displays that a lot of persons have brought. All right, I will lead the way.
What do you know? It's on already. Not John now. And you say what? You know, true now. You know what to do. Okay, look at if I want to now, you know what to do. You know what this thing works. Look at it. Now, project connected. Look at it. Let me see try connect for you.
When you are named a faith keeper of the Onondaga Council of Chiefs, and for me, it was 51 years ago, You are told that we are now placing in your hands all life, and it is your responsibility to look after all life. Every person, every tree, every animal, every stream, and the earth itself, unto the 7th generation. In 1972, the world started a process that is mapping our future. The United Nations Conference on the Human Environment held in Stockholm brought the industrialized and developing nations together to delineate the rights of people to a healthy and productive environment.
The environmental crisis will profoundly alter our planet.
Fossil fuels is slowly warming the globe.
Our report is founded upon the concept of sustainable development.
We all have two hands and the sentiment of the world.
Now I wonder if they will even exist.
We are plundering our children's heritage for our present unsustainable practices.
Notre maison brûle. The key is to come out from Johannesburg with a credible commitment to action.
Now is your moment
to save ourselves and the planet for our children.
We can fix this. We can stop this madness.
Accelerated climate change is here right now.
I will link arms with those marching for climate action.
We, baby, are going to fight. Mommy, Daddy, your president too. We will all fight.
We are experiencing a process that is linking our nations and communities much more closely together than they have ever been before. Our lives are intertwined via the food we eat, the music we listen to, the information we get, and the ideas we hold. Last year, the world's leaders unanimously committed to eliminate extreme poverty, address climate change, and build more resilient societies. In the Agenda 2030, we have a blueprint for sustainable development. Now the real work and the real opportunities begin. The potential offered by these new Sustainable Development Goals and the binding treaty on climate change is immense.
It is a new chapter of hope for the world.
It is we, the peoples, who are embarking today on a journey towards a more sustainable and equitable future. Our journey will involve governments, the United Nations system and other international institutions, local authorities, indigenous peoples, civil society, business and the private sector, the scientific and the academic community, and all people.
Because we deserve to do more than just survive. We deserve to thrive.
This interconnectedness among humans on the planet is creating a global village where the barriers of national and international boundaries become less relevant and the world a smaller place. The road ahead may be fraught with difficulties, challenges, and struggles, but we must dare each other to be visionary, to be ambitious, to be leaders. Given the opportunity, we can raise ourselves. We must join hands with the rest of creation and speak of common sense, responsibility, solidarity, and peace. We have all the tools. We are standing in front of an opportunity to change the course of life on the planet. Let's work together to make this world better, where everybody can live with dignity and abundance. Our future starts now. To leave no one behind, we must all lead. When you are named a faith keeper of the Onondaga Council of Chiefs, and for me, it was 51 years ago, you are told that we are now placing in your hands all life, and it is your responsibility to look after all life. every person, every tree, every animal, every stream, and the earth itself, unto the seventh generation. In 1972, the world started a process that is mapping our future. The United Nations Conference on the Human Environment held in Stockholm brought the industrialized and developing nations together to delineate the rights of people to a healthy and productive environment.
The environmental crisis will profoundly alter our planet.
Fossil fuels is slowly warming the globe.
Our report is founded upon the concept of sustainable development.
We all have two hands and the sentiment of the world.
Now I wonder if they will even exist.
We are plundering our children's heritage for our present unsustainable practices.
Notre maison brûle. The key is to come out from Johannesburg with a credible commitment to action.
Now is your moment.
To save ourselves and the planet for our children.
We can fix this. We can stop this madness.
Accelerated climate change is here right
I will
now.
link arms with those marching for climate action.
We, baby, are going to fight. Mommy, Daddy, your president too. We will all fight.
We are experiencing a process that is linking our nations and communities much more closely together than they have ever been before. Our lives are intertwined via the food we eat, the music we listen to, the information we get, and the ideas we hold. Last year, the world's leaders unanimously committed to eliminate extreme poverty, address climate change, and build more resilient societies. In the Agenda 2030, we have a blueprint for sustainable development. Now the real work and the real opportunities begin. The potential offered by these new Sustainable Development Goals and the binding treaty on climate change is immense.
It is a new chapter of hope for the world.
It is we, the peoples, who are embarking today on a journey towards a more sustainable and equitable future. Our journey will involve governments, the United Nations system and other international institutions, local authorities, indigenous peoples, civil society, business and the private sector, the scientific and the academic community, and all people.
Because we deserve to do more than just survive. We deserve to thrive.
This interconnectedness among humans on the planet is creating a global village where the barriers of national and international boundaries become less relevant and the world a smaller place. The road ahead may be fraught with difficulties, challenges, and struggles, but we must dare each other to be visionary, to be ambitious, to be leaders. Given the opportunity, we can raise ourselves. We must join hands with the rest of creation and speak of common sense, responsibility, solidarity, and peace. We have all the tools. We are standing in front of an opportunity to change the course of life on the planet. Let's work together to make this world better, where everybody can live with dignity and abundance. Our future starts now. To leave no one behind, we must all lead.
Look at this giant red mountain! Wait, is that trash? We've got a mystery to solve, Green Team! Hi, Green Team. Ready for an adventure? Let's go!
Hi, Green Team. I'm Phoebe, your green custodian. My job is to look after our big, beautiful Earth. But did you know that some of the most important parts of nature are so small, you might miss them if you aren't looking closely? Oh, look at this! Someone dropped a candy wrapper right on top of a tiny neighborhood. It looks like a giant, heavy red mountain to the creatures who live down there. We have to help. Are you ready to go small? Grab your gear. It's time for the macro magnifier. Wow! Look at this forest. The grass looks like giant green skyscrapers. And listen. Even the wind sounds different down here. And look, it's a family of roly-polies. They're huddling together because that wrapper is blocking all their sunlight. They look a little scared, don't they? Don't worry, little friends. Phoebe is here. There we go. Look, the sun is back. See how they're uncurling? They're saying thank you. Everything in nature is connected, Green Team. Your mission today is to be a tiny hero. If you see something that doesn't belong in nature, pick it up and put it in the bin.
Great job today, tiny heroes! If you want to join the Green Team, click the big green button and give this video a thumbs up. See you in our next adventure. Keep it green. Bye-bye!
Alright, thank you so much. I hope we all enjoyed the exhibition.
We have the one, but humanity
is one of the greatest achievements of multilateralism.
All nations gathered here to be proud of what we have achieved.
This success set the tone for a series of powerful accords, limiting the movement of toxic waste across borders, protecting the Earth from dangerous, long-lasting chemicals, and restricting the international trade in mercury. Most recently, in 2021, UNEP finished a 2-decade-long campaign to rid the world of highly toxic leaded petrol, saving an estimated 1 million lives each year. As the world grappled with pollution and waste, another crisis was brewing.
To have this session.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Hello. I don't like when the energy is low. I'm not going to read out the bio that I'm here to read. Hello, everyone. Did we enjoy the exhibition? That yes is low. Did we? Yeah. Thank you very much, and thank you for indulging me. So I'll read the bio. Abba Aliyu, the visionary managing director of the Rural Electrification Agency, is a driving force behind Nigeria's critical mission to illuminate its rural and underserved communities. His extensive 2-decade career in energy policy provides a robust foundation for spearheading ambitious projects aimed at significantly expanding electricity access across the nation. Under his leadership, the REA is actively managing a diverse portfolio of initiatives, including the REA Capital Project and the Rural Electrification Fund, while fostering significant collaborations with partners such as the African Development Bank and the Nigeria Electrification Project, value over $200 million, as well as the recently concluded World Bank, worth over $350 million. He recently championed the signing of 2 separate facilities. One is 100 billion naira, and the other one is with Lotus Bank, bringing the total of 200 billion. Therefore, enabling the use of local currency finance in closing the energy access gap. He was instrumental in securing a $750 million in funding for the distributed access through renewable energy scale-up project, the largest off-grid program of its kind in the world. This pivotal project focuses on increasing energy access through the deployment of both isolated and interconnected mini-grids, alongside standalone solar power solutions, including equipment for productive use. His forward-thinking approach also promotes the adoption of renewable energy through innovative models such as renewable energy service company, RESCO. Currently, he is diligently leading the development of a comprehensive national electrification strategy and implementation plan, which will be instrumental in establishing a national definition of energy access, harmonizing national energy access data, and streamlining financial resources to accelerate engagement in subnational entities. Under his leadership, the agency has facilitated the deployment of over 350 solar hybrid mini grids, more than 1.4 million standalone solar systems, and captive solar power plants across 15 federal universities. These initiatives have impacted over 8 million Nigerians with a combined installed capacity of over 120 megawatts across various sectors, including agriculture, healthcare, and education, with more projects currently in the pipeline. Thank you, and he deserves a round of applause. Thank you so much for indulging me. So his representative would have the floor now. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to officially welcome you all to the Conference of Youth on Environment and Climate 2026, COYEC. Are we still waiting for a few more people to come through, or are we good to go like this? Organizers? Please usher in everyone that's outside, because I think we are at a point where we need to get people in and start this conference in earnest. Good morning. Hello. What's your number? Almost out. Yeah, almost out. So good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. Before I go into the presentation, I don't know if you all can see the presentation that's presented up there. Ideally, I would love for us to be able to see it a lot more clearly, because that would show the impact of the Rural Education Agency across different spheres of life. Okay, exactly. So you'll be able to see the work that we've done in the last few years as Rural Education Agency. But before I go into that, I have a small speech that I already prepared to give here today. So let's give the speech first, and then after that, you can switch off the light so that they can see as we go through those pictures to show what we have been able to achieve. Today's topic is quite apt for our country, and I think it's quite apt for the events that we're having here today. Powering resilience, how rural education is transforming communities and driving Nigeria's green economy. Distinguished guests, fellow stakeholders, and their young climate champions. It is a privilege indeed to address you today on a topic that sits at the intersection of sustainable development, climate action, and economic transformation, powering climate resilience through rural electrification. Across Nigeria, millions of people have historically relied on firewood, kerosene, and diesel generators for their daily energy needs. These sources not only contribute to environmental degradation and greenhouse gas emission, but also limit economic opportunities, healthcare delivery, education, and overall quality of life. Today at the Rural Electrification Agency, we are trying to change that narrative. Through the deployment of renewable energy solutions such as solar mini-grids, standalone solar systems, and clean energy technologies, communities previously left behind are gaining access to reliable and sustainable electricity. Schools can now power digital learning tools. Healthcare centers can refrigerate vaccines and provide essential services, while small businesses can operate longer hours and increase productivity. Beyond improving livelihoods, REA is strengthening climate resilience. Access to clean energy reduces dependencies on fossil fuels, lowers carbon emissions, and helps communities to adapt to the growing impact of climate change. It enables climate-smart agriculture, supports water pumping and irrigation systems, and creates opportunities for innovation in rural communities. Importantly, the green energy transition is creating jobs and empowering young Nigerians. From solar installation and maintenance to clean energy entrepreneurship and manufacturing, the renewable energy sector is emerging as a key driver of Nigeria's green economy. And I'm very happy that when I came in here today, I saw a few young guys who happens to be part of the program that we had just recently in Next Gen Resco, where we recruited, I can't remember the numbers again because we've done another recruitment after that, but 100 and what? 131 are the guys over there. We recruited about 131 graduates from across all Nigerian universities. We trained them and we placed them in employment with some developers across the country. I think one guy here is working for Sea Solar. The other guy there works for StarTime Smart Energy. And the two other guys worked for, the same company. So we are creating all these opportunities for them. For us, it's not just about providing power alone. The country is spending billions of naira in investments in the renewable energy sector. Sustainability is key. And sustainability does not only lie where you talk about how to repair the mini-grids when they are faulty, or how to ensure that the mini-grids don't break down and people to work on them. Sustainability is also ensuring that we have the technical capacity built within our workforce that will be able to take care and look after all these infrastructures and ensure that when we grow the renewable energy sector, we have indigenous staff that can take care of that energy sector. Sorry, hold on. Across, sorry. So as young Nigerians, you are not just beneficiaries of this transition, you are its architects. Your ideas, innovations, advocacy, and commitment will determine how quickly Nigeria achieves a future that is both environmentally sustainable and economically inclusive. Together, we must continue to support policies, investments, and partnerships that expand clean energy access to every community, ensuring that no one is left behind in our journey towards resilient, prosperous, and low-carbon future. Let us embrace this opportunity to power not just homes and businesses, but hope, resilience, and sustainable development for generations to come. Thank you so much. And that is my speech that I prepared for this occasion. On the other hand, I think it would be nice to present you with evidence of what rural education has been doing across not just the communities, but healthcare, education, and MSMEs. How we have been able to support all these sectors. You see them up there, please. Yes, thank you. I'll just summarize what you have up there. I know you would be able to read that. The Rural Education Agency, for those who do not know, we are the agency under the Ministry of Power that is saddled with the responsibility of providing power to the rural communities in Nigeria. I think maybe I should give you a bit of context. Nigeria currently has a population of 226 million, depending on how you think about it. You might say we're more than that, and some people would argue that we are far less than that. Out of that 226 million people, 45% have electrification deficit. I don't know if anyone in this room is good mathematically and can tell us what 45% of 226 million people would be. I want to say that would be close to 100 and something million people that still does not have access. So we're not just talking about people having unstable power. We're talking about people not having access at all. That means they have not seen electricity in those communities. That amounts to about $25 billion economic loss on a yearly basis. In Nigeria, we are trying to achieve universal energy access by 2060. The least cost energy model for about 31% of the population. The most cost-effective solution are mini grids, and the funding required is about $23 billion. But at the rural education, we've been able to achieve some of our goals in different areas. In communities, I think, are we starting with education or we're going to start with communities? Can we please start from the beginning of the presentation? So community electrification. Go to the first one. We have provided a 352 kilowatts megawatts mini grid, interconnected mini grid project in total community in Nasarawa State. Can you move to the next one? Sorry, please. That's another 100 kilowatts mini grid in Elekonkan, Iwajowa local government in Oyo State. There's another 50 kilowatt mini grid in Kigwa community in Lafia, Nasarawa State. Move to the next one, please. And then we move into education. I don't know if there are any students here currently from University of Abuja. If you are here, could you please raise up your hand? I don't think there is anyone from University. Oh, yeah. I'm sure you would bear me witness that you now have a mini grid built on your main campus, University of Abuja, under our EEP, Energizing Education Program. We are providing captive power to all federal universities. In the phase 1, we've done 8. In the phase 2, we've done another 4. And then we're currently in the phase 3. These are a few examples of the ones that we have done currently. This is the one for 2.8 megawatts for Alex Ekweme Federal Universities in Ebonyi State. Next, please. This is the one for University of, that's a 3 megawatts mini grid for University of Abuja in Gwagwalada. There's another 12 megawatts for Federal University of, for University of Maiduguri and the Teaching Hospital in Borno State. Let me also say here that for every university where we build this mini grid, we just don't build the mini grid alone. We build a world-class training center for STEM students in that university as well, so that we can balance, we can do a bit of gender balancing, where we train all the female students in that university, from soil testing to go live or to the proper installation of the equipment. And these female students then will then continue to manage that infrastructure going forward. One thing we've also done in capacity development for these 12 megawatts that we built in University of Maiduguri is that we trained about 100 students in partnership with one of the capacity development company in Nigeria. We trained about 100 students, and we are going to be training 100 students in each of the other universities that we are building these facilities, so that we're not just providing these infrastructures, we are also ensuring that human capacity and technical know-how is provided within that university community, so that you don't have to travel all the way to Lagos to go and bring experts when there's a small fault in any of these infrastructure, and also providing those students with a new career path, as Nigeria is currently investing billions of dollars in the renewable energy sector. It only makes sense that as we invest this much money, we also ensure that our youth, our teeming youth who are unemployed, are able to see another career path where they can divert their energy and attention and get gainfully employed. So we have another 3 megawatts in University of Abeokuta, University of Agriculture in Abeokuta. We have another 7 megawatts in Federal University of Calabar teaching us and the Teaching Hospital in Cross River. We have another 3 megawatts in Michael Okpara Federal University of Agriculture in Abia State. That's another one in Federal University of Technology, Owerri. That's 8.2 megawatts. There's another 10.7 megawatts in the Federal University of Port Harcourt and the University Teaching Hospital in Rivers State. There's a 1.9 megawatts in Federal University of Dustin Ma in Katsina State. There's a 5 megawatts in Modibo Adamawa University in Yola State in Adamawa. Those are all completed projects under the education, under the EEP, Energizing Education Program that we are currently running at the Rural Electrification Agency. These are all at the phase 2 level. They have all been completed, but then we've started the phase 3. The phase 3 includes University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Obafemi Awolowo University. Are you from that university, sir? Which one? Obafemi Awolowo University. You see that we have started, we've done the groundbreaking, and the project has been allocated to a contractor that would complete that project. So the federal government is doing a lot to ensure that we unbundle and reduce the load on the national grid to ensure that critical sectors in the country are being energized as they should be. Apart from, I'll just pause quickly here before I go into the healthcare. Apart from all of this that we're doing for these sectors, recently we also got 100 billion naira funding from the federal government for the solarization projects to solarize public institutions in Nigeria. And these public institutions include some polytechnics across the country as well, because we've had issues with polytechnic students. When they came to the office, they actually met me saying, oh, under your EEP, you are only taking consideration, or you're only taking into consideration the universities and only the federal universities. But what about the polytechnics? So as part of the planning for the solarization project, we decided to include the polytechnics also in there. The first phase of the solarization program is ongoing. As part of that, I'm sure a lot of people here heard that we were trying to solarize the Aso Rock. And then a lot of people started shouting, oh, if Aso Rock is going on solar, what is going to happen to the rest of us in this country? But Nigerians need to understand that At this point in time, the only way we can have 24/7 power in this country is to change our energy mix, not to rely on just the national grid, but to look at different other alternative sources of providing power in the country. Abroad, in the United Kingdom, in the United States, there are a lot of mini grids across the country. They do not rely solely on just one national grid to provide power. The Heathrow Airport is being supplied by its own mini grid because it's a critical infrastructure in the country. It cannot afford to have a downtime on power. So is many of the NHS hospitals in the United Kingdom. They are not connected directly to the national grid of the country. They are being specifically catered for by a particular grid that services them. And that is why in Nigeria, and most especially in the Rural Electrification Agency, we're looking towards increasing the energy mix in Nigeria. Can we provide power through hydro? Yes, we have a lot of dams in Nigeria. We should start utilizing that to provide power through hydro. Can we provide power through building mini grids for some communities that are too far away from the grid instead of doing grid extension? Yes, we should do that. That is why we're doing that. Can we provide power specifically for our education centers, universities, polytechnics, without having to connect them to the national grid just because in case the national grid goes down? Yes, so that they won't be affected. Can we provide such powers also for our healthcare centers? Yes, we can. And that is why we have also looked at the healthcare centers and started providing power in those areas. These are a few that has been completed. Please go ahead and show us. Let's see the healthcare centers that's been done. So you can see, as you can see there, I can't read them from here, but I'm sure that is the one in Port Harcourt. I'm also sure, I don't know where this one is. Right. It's really poor, but I think those are health centers in Nigeria that we have also provided captive power for. We move away from the health center, you're making a bit. And then we have also done so for the medium and small businesses across the country as well. If you move up a little bit, you see some of those people so that's a pharmacy that we have provided power to. That's a market person that we have provided standalone solar freezers across the country for. Go on. You can see. Go ahead. So this cuts across all sector of the economy in Nigeria, the work that we do, providing energy and ensuring that people are able to do more, because without power, economic power is not going to be improved. So it is when people have light that you start seeing that businesses thrive in those communities and a lot of people make more money and then become financially independent, and it increases the gross domestic product in the country as well. So go ahead, show. I think that's, yeah. I've gone through this, so I think that's the end of the slide. The few other ones you don't need to look at this. I think you can also, I'll share a copy of that with the guy if you want to read that later on. What we're trying to say here is that at the Rural Electrification Agency, based on our mandates, we're doing a lot to ensure transitioning from fossil fuel energy production into a more cleaner energy in Nigeria so that our environment and climate change promise can be fulfilled. Thank you so much all for coming, and I wish you better deliberation for today. Thank you. Can we now have the lights on so that we can see our faces? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Sorry. You can take questions. I know a lot of
people have
questions for you.
Let me see the What? Okay.
I want to commend the work being done. But so far, I think I want to make contribution on the aspect of, I watched your slides on the aspect of agriculture. I think, yes, there's more work that should be done there because the farmers, they also deal with post-harvest loss. Most of the things they deal with on their farm is post-harvest loss. So I would recommend that the organization should also look towards helping the farmers on that aspect, on the cold chain. Yes, so because this is one of the things being faced in the agricultural sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let me quickly answer that. So this is more of a summary of the project that we're currently doing at the REA. This is not all of it. At the Rural Electrification Agency under the Nigerian Electrification Project, NEP. I don't know if a lot of people know about NEP here. NEP is the project arm of the Rural Electrification Agency. We are doing a lot of PUEs, productive use of energy projects for farmers, where we provide them with water, solar-powered irrigation pump, where we provide them with solar-powered storage facilities to deal with post-harvest loss on their farms. And we are also looking at a lot of more projects that are currently in development to ensure that we utilize dams across those farms to provide them with energy on their farms to be able to ensure that they are able to not only harvest, but able to plow their lands with power. So we are working on that, and there's a lot that is currently ongoing under the NEP.
Question. Okay. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yes, thank you so much for your presentation. I have something to do. Though it's a question, but also a suggestion, because like you made mention, switching from the normal regular power that we know to other source of power is not cheap. And I'm saying that because I'm a solar installer myself, so I understand the cost of this. For a small scale business to actually power their fridge and also some other things, they'll be spending millions. Now, the thing is, it's good anytime we have the opportunity to meet. I don't know if it's your organization that's in charge of what I want to say, but I think there should be a subsidy for solar panels, inverters, and the rest. So that instead of giving us fish, bringing it to communities, these people can also afford it with the little they have, so that government, when it comes in, since we are not producers at the moment, when it comes in from China, at least government will take some subsidy, like remove some money from it, so that once it's coming in, the little people, the people's peasant people can also afford it in order to help, should I say, push this agenda of sustainability. That's just my thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'll also quickly answer that. It seems like all the questions that you guys are asking here today, we already planned for those questions. And I don't think the anchor here sent those questions to me, but we just literally have the answers for them. So at Rural Electrification Agency, we're not just looking to build infrastructures alone. We are looking at the holistic approach at ensuring that power supply, energy access in Nigeria is being taken care of. And one of that is localization of the production centers in Nigeria. Currently, as we speak, Nigeria have started, under this Rural Electrification Agency administration, Nigeria have started exporting PV panels to Ghana, because now we have local companies that are currently producing PV panels within Nigeria. We understand that with our few or mega foreign currency, we cannot continue to only to import from China. So local production is very important also in Nigeria for sustainability purposes, and that is what we are currently doing. I think as we speak now, there are about 3 of them in the Lagos, Abeokuta, Shagamu axis that have started production. There is one of them in Abuja. I think, I can't remember the name. I think it should be on this slide as well. There's one of them already producing in Abuja, to ensure that you are able to buy it at a cheaper rate, number one, to also provide job opportunities for Nigerians, number two, and also for government to be able to add incentives like subsidy Take, for instance, if governments were to subsidize something being imported from China, where would that subsidy go? It goes to China, right? To say, okay, don't sell to Nigerians at the rate of $1, sell to us at the rate of 50 cents. That means we have to pay the Chinese company the remaining 50 cents for cost of production. But what government is saying is that when we start to localize the production of all these components for PV panels and the rest of them in Nigeria, we can then directly give them subsidy to those Nigerian local who are producing these components locally and ensure that they are able to give you at cheaper rates the components for doing inverters, doing the lithium batteries and the PV panels. That is on one hand. On the other hand, I can categorically tell you that the university, the healthcare centers, the communities where we built all this mini grid, they are going to be paying a subsidized rate for it. We cannot charge the university the same amount that a private partner will charge them if it were to be built by a private partner. So the tariff that will be paid at that level will be far cheaper than what should be paid because they are also government institutions as well. So as the government is looking to cater to the institutions, the communities, the business communities, very soon, individuals also will start to benefit from that subsidy when these local production companies try to produce the PV panels in the country. I hope that answers your question. Any other question? I haven't had anything from here.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
I would really like to thank you for your presentation. It's actually a space I love a lot. Your contributions in the space has been impeccable. That's very nice. I would like to really talk about the area of procurement within local facilities in Nigeria, especially because, as you just said now, you answered the question I wanted to actually ask. The idea of using local facilities for procurement of renewable energy sources, right? But that has not been the case over the years, as we know. It's cheaper to actually get it from China, as we know, because the empowerment or the information we get from the public or from the business owners is not what we actually hear or what is feasible in Nigeria. I would like your institution to actually tell Nigerians that it's easier and it's more sustainable for us to procure our services or procure these materials in local industries here in Nigeria. It will help our economy better, right? And it's a sustainable cycle. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I think there are a few things that we need to look at from that perspective. The first one is the quality of what is being produced locally, right? Because we've had a few issues where, or a few situations where some PV panels are blowing off on the roof of houses, causing fire. So when you start local production, you want to ensure that what is being produced locally has the quality that it should have to ensure that we don't have that problem. That's one. So then that puts you in a situation where you think of what is the cost of production and what should be the cost, the product that is being produced at that quality level. So what we are doing at the Rural Electrification Agency is that we have set up a standardization project department that first of all look at the standard of what's being produced so that Nigerians don't go and buy substandard PV panels because they want to buy from a local company. That's the first one. The second one is also to then make it competitive between the pricing in Nigeria and the pricing of those that are imported from China. And the reason why the government is a bit cornered in putting tax and charges on PV panel is because Nigeria needs those things to come in for Nigerians to have access to power, right? But the moment we start to produce it locally and we become self-sufficient, imported ones will now be taxed at a higher rate. So that for you to bring a product from China will be more expensive for you than to buy a product of the same quality in Nigeria. But when we have not gotten to that point where we have something that we are producing locally and we are not yet self-sufficient, we cannot play that game that way. So for now, it is understandable that at this moment, you can buy something from China, and the ones that you are buying from a few local producers in Nigeria are slightly cheaper than the ones that are buying in Nigeria. Yeah, it's understandable. But as we become self-sufficient in producing locally, we have multiple companies that produces the same thing and can cater to our needs. Number one, the government will start to provide subsidy for those local companies for localization. And then secondly, competition would then come up between even those companies providing locally, because what would then happen is if you are selling your own for 50 naira and your margin is 20 naira, I will be ready to sell my own for 40 naira and make 10 naira margin. It is a game of numbers. It depends on how many I'm able to sell for about 260 million Nigerians. You understand? So that would fall into place as we start to grow the production of PV panels components locally. All those things to be completely eradicated. Nigerian government is not even making enough money as they should, because we are giving access to people bringing in those things, and they are getting what's it called again in import and export? I can't remember the word now. Waiver. So they're getting a lot of waiver that's even bringing the cost down a little bit. The government should be making more money from those equipments by not giving waiver if we are locally producing more of them. Does that answer your question, sir? Does it? Not fully. What other area? Yeah. Of course.
I think in Nigeria, we are more talking. We need things to actually be in place and working. We have standard organizations that they should do their job to go out there and make these things good for us to use and use in our local facilities or use in our homes or whatever. So these organizations are not just there for picture purpose. We need them to work. So that's where you're coming, right? Link between these local facilities and these standard organizations and make sure that it is working.
And I can assure you that from the last we heard, SON is doing just exactly that for all these new local production facilities. And there's a committee that's been set up by the National Assembly, I think under the House of Representatives, that's also looking at standardization of product that is being brought in from China and the one that we are going to be producing locally. So it is something that is currently being done. What I'm just saying is that in order for us to get to that El Dorado, in order for us to get to a point where the locally produced ones are cheaper than the ones that are being imported, we have to be self-sufficient in our production in Nigeria. And that will become self-sufficient. The first step is to ensure that we are able to bring in the private sector into this energy sector. The private sector must see that they are able to make profits from producing PV panels, of supporting local companies that want to be producing PV panels in Nigeria. And how do we do that? Is to ensure that the standard that is produced locally is close or is equal to the one that is being brought in from the diaspora or from abroad. Because once that happens, what then happens is, why would I wait for something to come from China for 6 weeks when I can easily just go to this company here and get it within a week? If the standards are the same. So the moment we get to that point where we are able to standardize our products, then there will be no need for people to wait for something that is coming from abroad again, and they'll be able to buy locally. And if they're able to buy locally, those companies will be able to approach their bank and be able to scale up in their production and expand. Any other question from anywhere? Yes. The man in suits.
This would be the last question. Thank you so much.
This guy here wants to also ask a question. So let's make it last two.
Last two questions. Okay.
And that young man there to also want to ask a question. But I think we are eating into their time.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Georgina Ijachi from Sokoto, and thank you very much for your presentation. I got value from my time. So my question is, at the course of your presentation, this slide, you categorically mentioned that you guys worked mainly in federal universities. So my question is, firstly, My question is, are there mechanisms for maintenance and sustainability? That is one. And secondly, do you have actually the vision to actually expand to northwest, like places like Zamfara, Kebbi, Sokoto, Katsina, and the neighboring states? And I can say that you guys are doing a whole lot, but this is the first time I'm saying this. And I think when it comes to publicity and visibility, because if I've not been here now, I probably will not actually know what you do, but because I'm privileged to be here, that's how I got to know. So what are the mechanisms you are putting in for this? So these are the few questions I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that question is very loaded. You have 3 questions in one. So I'll take them one after the other. The first one is when we are going to move into the northeast, northwest, right? So all the federal universities in Nigeria, we're doing them in phases. And I'm sure, I don't know my geopolitical zones very well, but I'm sure we must have done 1 university or 2 in the northwest. Dutenma Katsina State is northwest. Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University in Bauchi is also northwest. Huh? Northeast. This guy confused me. Huh? And Nigerian Defense Academy in Kaduna. Yes, we've also done that. So we are touching all those universities. The second question you also asked is about the O&M, operation and maintenance. There is no way we would build something in a university, something that's cost the government about $5 to $10 million, that has not been thought of. We have put that in place. In fact, the plan is to hand that over to a private sector operator so that they can manage it as a business. The moment they start to manage it as a business, repairing this infrastructure, or putting the money that they're making from it back into it will not be a problem for them because they also want to make their own profits on it. The third question is, what is it about again? The visibility. So let me explain this to you in a very common man sense. In Nigeria, when they quote for a project, they usually don't quote for the communications aspect because they see it as a waste of money. So whatever money you have to do visibility or to do advocacy or to do social media, whatever, has to come out from the agency's pocket. So that is why we are doing as much as we can, most especially when we're doing commissioning and all of that. But we don't think that is our responsibility. We believe it is the federal government that is doing a lot of these things. There should be an arm within the federal government that will be able to publicize and magnify the achievements of the government. This current government, the government of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is doing a lot in regard of energizing our communities, our universities, and our health centers. But I don't think it's being magnified enough for Nigerians to see. I always say something. When we're growing up, when you get back home from school, and when you come back from school and you're very hungry, when you're stepping into your house and you hear that mommy is in the kitchen, you can hear pots or spoon moving, the hunger will subside. But when you are coming back from school and probably your mom is on the bed and you are hungry and you can't smell anything, the hunger will multiply. The problem in Nigeria is that if people know that currently they have gotten to Kaduna, or they have electrified the University of Kaduna, the people in Katsina will start to expect, because they can see and they have heard that some government is doing something about lack of power. If you have heard that they have done a community near Ogbomoso in Ibadan, the people of Oyo would also be expecting the same thing. And that would kind of reduce the level of agitation within the country. So we know that we need to spend more money on advocacy. We need to spend more money on magnifying the achievements of the federal government. And I believe that the government is working on it. But as an agency, our PIO department is also doing its best to ensure this. And I implore Nigerians also to look at our website, to look at our Twitter page, to be able to catch up with all the projects that we're doing, because that is where we can spend money to publicize what we are doing currently. So I hope that answers your question. The young man here, before you go to the young man there.
Good afternoon, sirs, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Adeyemi Okilayo. Thank you for your presentation. It was very insightful. But my question begs, it is very important that we actually focus on the theme of this conference. And at the very core of sustainability, we're talking about meeting present demands while making it sustainable or enough for future generations. Now, this begs my question. Solar panels have the lifespan of 20 to 30 years, and you have a lot of solar panels there. At the end of 20 to 30 years, are we going to be seated in this room and asking what happens to those solar panels? Where are they going to go? What are you going to do to them? Are they sustainable? Can we really afford it? Or are we eventually going to fall back to polluting the environment? The second question I have to ask is, the areas at which they are setting up these panels, we have to come to a consensus and we have to come to an agreement that both plant and wildlife contribute to climate change. The areas at which these panels are being set up, they exist wildlife, there are trees that grew on that environment that are being cleared to meet this particular need. What happens to them? Are you guys really into moving of wildlife, right? Or are you guys just only focused on a particular direction, which is the electricity mode? I would like to conclude with this. To make a solar panel, you need carbon and you need quartz, and you have to mine all those. Constant or continuous tilling of the soil invariably leads to damage over time, because we are extracting these resources from them. So how can we actually work? What are the initiatives that are being put in place to make sure that this future works, this technology that we actually have, and sustainability is going to meet the demands of changing environment? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that's a very, very important question to ask at an event like this. And I'm happy you brought up this question. That is why, if anyone here is conversant with our distributed access for renewable energy scale-up project, the DRESS project, you will see how complicated our EIA is, environmental impact assessments is. So for every project that we do at the Rural Electrification Agency, as an agency that is not only responsible for providing power in the rural communities, but an agency that is also been saddled with the responsibility of ensuring that we meet up with the mission 3030, and we are making sure that the EIA that we do is very comprehensive. And all these questions that you asked have been taken into consideration for every project. What do we do after 20 years when we have to remove this solar panel? That is one of the questions that led us to the localization of all these companies. These companies are not just going to be there to provide solar PVs, but they are also going to be there to recycle, so that we just don't continue to till the ground to produce more when we can recycle existing ones. So you need to look at our EIA document. They will provide you a lot of answers to the questions that you have. But trust me, we have a World Bank standard environmental impact assessments that you have to do to be able to engage in any of our projects. I hope that answers your question. Thank you. Last question from the man in green.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I'm Christopher Wuche from the National Equatorial State Council. I really want to know when you are scaling up to the research institutes.
Where?
When you are going to the research institute, at which phase?
Southeast.
Research institute. Research.
Research institute.
Yes, we really need to know at which phase are you coming to research institutes, because of our machines need power.
So if the research institute is a federal institution, then definitely in one of the phases of our solarization programs that we're doing for public institutions, we'll definitely get to the research institute. Thank you so much. Say that again. One question, one commendation. Please go on.
Sorry, I need to speak again because I remembered, I think last year, I was working on a project on carbon credits. And so this work is a good work, and this is something that carbon markets can also be something that will also be profitable, that will bring a kind of support to the projects. So I don't know how Nigeria is partnering with the African Institution on Carbon Credit on the aspect of carbon market for this kind of projects.
Thank you. I think that is a very good question. And I know that a lot of private companies have started setting up the carbon credits desk in different organizations. And I think we also have one at the Rural Electrification Agency. I think carbon credit collection is a novel idea in Nigeria. And that is a niche that some of you can also move into to be able to start a profitable business in. So I'm sure you will see useful resources online about areas or companies that are currently into carbon credit collections, and you'll be able to reach out to them. But as a government agency, that has to be planned internally for us, and we have done it internally. So it's not something that is exposed to external people to be able to tap into, most especially for government projects, because all resources that we, again, has to be internal. Thank you. No other questions. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hafiz. We would like to have a photo with you. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation, and we had a lot of insight. A lot of people asked questions. So right now we're going to be having a photo session. I want to call on Dr. Adamu to join in Mr. Adeboyega and the SDGN team. And yeah, just a quick photo session.
Good afternoon, or it's still morning. Please, the representative from the Honorable Minister, please join us. Yes, join us. Oh.
All right, thank you guys so much. The photo session just ended now. Today's interaction has been very interactive. I love that everyone is asking questions because this is the right platform to ask questions. We have important persons here that can give you answers to your question. And do not forget about the collaboration. Do not forget to collaborate or to get the contact of at least one person seated here. So right now we have a representative from the Ministry of Now we have the representative of the Youth Development, Mrs. Leah Akin Pereseye, the SSA to the HM of Youth Development. Please, ma'am, we would love you to grace our stage. A round of applause for her. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. That's cold. What's happening? Good morning, everyone. Build the youth. We don't know the response. Build the youth. Build the youth. Thank you, everyone. It is a great honor to convey the goodwill of the Honorable Minister. My name is Leah Akimpire, a Senior Special Assistant to the Honorable Minister for Youth Development on Social Security Administration and Climate Action. I bring you warm regard of the Honorable Minister for Youth Development, Comrade Ayodele Olawande, to the organizers of the 2026 Conference of Youth on Environment and Climate, the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and the Association for Student Social Welfare, distinguished guests, development partners, climate associates, and the remarkable young leaders gathered here today. I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the organizers of this gathering for recognizing the ministry's commitment to sustainable development and environmental stewardship. Before I proceed to the minister's message, I would like to stand on the existing protocol. Okay. We commend the efforts of the organizers of this gathering. The initiative reflects our belief that climate action should not only address environmental challenges, but also create economic opportunities for young people by transforming waste into valuable resources. We are empowering youth with green skills, promoting entrepreneurship, and creating jobs. We are reducing poverty and contributing to a cleaner and more sustainable Nigeria. The theme and objective of this event resonates strongly with our vision for youth development. We recognize that young people are not mere beneficiaries of climate policies. They are innovators, advocates, and solution providers whose energy and creativity are essential to building a resilient and sustainable future. Today, Africa stands at a critical crossroad. The continent faces increasing climate-related challenges, including flooding, desertification, biodiversity loss, food insecurity, and environmental degradation. However, within these challenges lies immense opportunities for green enterprise, for jobs, for innovation, renewable energy development, sustainable agriculture, and climate-led solutions led by the young people of Nigeria. Under the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, the Federal Ministry of Youth Development remains committed to supporting, empowering, and protecting Nigerian youth while creating platforms that enable them to contribute meaningfully to national development and global climate action. This commitment is further demonstrated through the establishment of the Youth Migration and Climate Action Resilience Department, which serves as a strategic platform for engaging young people in climate adaptation, environmental sustainability, resilience building, and green growth initiatives like the Circular Economy Youth Empowerment Initiative for Climate Action popularly known as Waste to Wealth. As this conference brings together climate leaders, policymakers, innovators, and youth advocates across Africa, we look forward to exploring potential areas of collaboration, and I encourage participants here to seize the opportunity to exchange ideas, build partnerships, and develop practical solutions that will advance climate resilience and sustainable development across our continent and our nation. On behalf of the Honorable Minister for Youth Development, Comrade Ayodele Olawande, I commend the organizers for their vision and dedication, and I wish all participants fruitful deliberation and a successful conference. Together, let us empower young people to lead the transformation towards a greener, more prosperous, and sustainable Africa. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you so much. And to all the delegates here, emphasis on what she said about collaboration. That is what I've been emphasizing since we got here. And now you've heard it from somebody in a very high position. Thank you so much, Ma, for that emphasis. And now we're going to be having a goodwill message by Ambassador Victor. A round of applause for Ambassador Victor.
Good morning, everyone. It's been a very environmentally friendly morning, and it's still surprising guys in the morning. So thank you so much for coming. And so sorry, staff from the village, we would still like to take a picture with you briefly. Just okay, thank you. Okay, we're so glad to have everyone around. Yes, so by privilege, we are a co-host for this year's Conference of Youth on Environment and Climate. It's been happening around the country, and then the team decided to have one here in Abuja to actually show unity and centralization so that everybody can have a feel. And my speech is revolving. I want to just welcome you warmly. So that is why I'm going this route, so that you can know that this is deliberate and intentional. So I want you to look at somebody sitting beside you and actually congratulate a delegate, because please congratulate someone beside you. Yeah, it's good. Because everyone here, the form that you fill were carefully selected, and that's why you can see the powerful conversation that have been going on. So you've been carefully selected to be part of this so that you can be an ambassador for whatsoever conversations that have been going on here today. And we're very glad. So I'm just going to go into my speech briefly because we're so glad and excited to be pioneering this national movement, at the center today. So my name again is Ambassador Victor Aditolaju MITPN. I am the founder and chairman of Association for Student Social Welfare and the Student Chamber of Commerce in Nigeria, and a co-host of the Conference of Youth on Environment and Climate Change 2026. It is with great honor and a strong sense of responsibility that I welcome you all to the Conference of Youth on Environment and Climate Change 2026, in Future of Work, Technology, and Sustainability in a Changing Environment. As founder and chairman of the Association for Student Social Welfare and the Student Chamber of Commerce, our work has consistently been driven by the principles of environmental, social, and governance. That's ESG. We are committed to raising a generation of young leaders who are not only academically sound, but socially responsible and environmentally conscious and economically empowered. Across campuses and communities, we have built platforms that promote student welfare, sustainable enterprise, climate awareness, and innovation-driven solutions. We believe that the future of work must align with sustainability, and that technology must be harnessed not just for advancement, but for impact created, opportunities that protect our environment while strengthening our economies. This conference is a direct expression of that vision. It brings together forward-thinking youths, leaders, and stakeholders to engage on critical issues such as green jobs, digital transformation, climate resilience, and sustainable development. More importantly, it serves as a launchpad for actionable ideas that can shape policies, businesses, and communities. However, the scale of change we see cannot be achieved in isolation. I therefore call on government institutions, private sector leaders, development partners, and all well-meaning individuals to support this movement. Your partnership, investment, mentorship, and policy support are essential in empowering young people to lead in building a sustainable and inclusive future. To every young person here, this is your moment. The future of work is evolving, and it demands innovation, responsibility, and courage. Let us rise to the challenge, take ownership, and drive solutions that will divide generations to come. Together, let us move from ideas to implementation, from conversation to measurable impact, and from vision to reality. Thank you all. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and transformative conference. Thank you so much. Yes, so before I yield the floor, I would like to appreciate some of our partners that made this possible. And top of that list is the Federal Ministry of Environment. Please celebrate Federal Ministry of Environment. You know, this all was almost, given to us to support this conference. And that is very, very laudable. And also our partners from Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you so much. And some of our speakers that said, okay, we need to be with you. Mr. Chola Gegele, the CEO of Blue Economy. Yes. He's a partner, he's a world-renowned sustainable development practitioner in the world. He has reputation in Germany, Japan, across the continent. And if you check recently one of his work, where he converted waste to diesel fuel. He's one of our panelists today, and they're going to be hearing a lot from him. And to SDSN also, that has been in treat, and think that we are qualified to be part of this conference this year. And to CJN also, Corpus Journey Advocacy Network, and also Lagos Business. So I'm just using this opportunity also to appreciate all those people that have been part of this, the success of this program today, and also our vendors. Thank you so much, and God bless.
All right, thank you so much for that wonderful goodwill message. The conversation has been very wonderful since the beginning till now. And currently, virtual speakers have joined in, and now we're going to be having the country head for SDSN, Mr. Emmanuel. He's going to give us his speech virtually as well.
Oh, yeah.
So,
oh, yeah. Yes, actually, to come here to thank you, but
Very good afternoon, esteemed change makers. I hope you can hear me live directly.
On that side.
Very good afternoon to you all. Please, I would love to have a confirmation if you can hear me. The media team, please, you can just do a thumbs up if you can hear me loud and clear, physically over there in Abuja. All right, thank you very much. And a pleasant and sustainable afternoon greetings to you all. The representative of the Federal Ministry of Environment, the representative of the Federal Ministry of Youth and Development, the representative of the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on SDGs, who is also our keynote speaker for today's occasion, the State Coordinator, Yobe State SDG Office, distinguished guests, development partners, delegates from every part of Nigeria, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network Nigeria, led by our amiable Professor Ngozi Ndiaka and the entire COEC organizing team, it's my great honor and privilege to once again welcome you to today's Conference of Youth on Environment and Climate. We are delighted to convene this important gathering of young leaders, academics, development practitioners, and sustainability advocates from every part of Nigeria and across Africa and beyond. And this year's conference holds a special significance as we celebrate the 5th edition of COEC, while reflecting on one of the most pressing conversations of our time, which is the intersection of the future of work, technology, sustainability in a rapid changing environment. And the theme of this year's conference is both timely and relevant. And you know that around the world, we are witnessing unprecedented environmental challenges, accelerating technological disruption and transformation, and evolving labor markets. Climate change is reshaping economy, artificial intelligence is redefining our industry, and the new sustainability imperatives are influencing how we get to live, how we get to work and innovate each and every day. And I want to say that for young people, these changes definitely present both challenges and also opportunities. But more importantly, we need to look at the question before us, which is not simply how we get to respond to these realities, but how we lead them. Today, we are encouraged by the participation of each and every one of you across different countries in Africa and other continents, demonstrating a shared commitment to advancing climate action and also sustainable development in our respective communities and countries. And the remarkable turnout is more than just numbers that sticks to us. It's an evidence that young people who are seated here or who are joining virtually are ready to lead, innovate, and take meaningful action. And I want to say this, that as we approach the final years of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the urgency for our collective responsibility has never been greater. We only have one planet. The decision we make today will determine the quality of our life for the generations to come. Protecting our environment cannot be the responsibility of the government alone. It requires collective effort of each and every stakeholders in this event today. For every individual and institution represented here today has critical role to play in accelerating climate solutions, promoting environmental stewardship, and also more importantly, creating green jobs and advancing sustainable innovation that solve real problems. And indeed, if we keep waiting for someone else to fix the challenges we are facing on our planet today, if we keep waiting for the government alone to fix the solutions, we risk losing valuable time. And the responsibility, I want to say, it belongs to each and every one of us. And the time to act is now. I would like to also get to express my sincere appreciation to our co-host organizations, the Association for Student Social Welfare Nigeria, Lagos Business School Sustainability Center, and all other partners, supporters who has invested their time, their commitment, their resources in making this conference very possible. We also extend our appreciation to all our project team. I want to especially appreciate the network coordinators, Oluwatoyin Odula and Oluwatobi Ojolua, the project lead, Ajiololua Bukumi, and every member of the organizing team whose dedication and hard work has brought this vision into reality. And more importantly, I also need to acknowledge and especially appreciate the Honorable Minister of Environment and the ministry at large for graciously supporting and hosting the 2026 edition of QUIEC. We deeply appreciate your commitment to environmental sustainability and your continued efforts towards building a greener, cleaner, and more resilient Nigeria. And to all our keynote speakers, our esteemed guest speakers, panelists, and resource persons, thank you for joining us today. We are privileged to learn from your expertise, experience, and insights. I want to say that as we engage in today's discussion, I encourage every participant to move beyond conversation towards action. Let the ideas shared here today inspire practical solutions in our homes, in our schools, institution, workplace, faith organization, in any way you find yourself tomorrow. Because sustainable development is not achieved through declaration alone. It is achieved through consistent actions taken by each and everyone, taken by ordinary people who choose to make extraordinary difference. Once again, on behalf of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network Nigeria, I want to welcome you to the Conference of Youth on Environment and Climate. I wish you all a productive conference filled with meaningful learning and impactful dialogue and valuable networking opportunities. Thank you. I wish you a successful conference.
Ma, you're already unmuted.
Okay, so I couldn't hear anything. Am I next?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay.
You're audible now.
Okay, sorry. Good morning, or good afternoon from Nigeria. Thank you so much. I'm standing on the existing protocol. I'm grateful for the kind invitation to speak on the topic governing the future, strengthening policy frameworks for climate tech across Africa. Greatest Nigerian youth, I bring you warm greetings, and I stand on existing protocol. Distinguished guests, sustainability champions, climate activists, and most importantly, the extraordinary young people of Nigeria and Africa. Good afternoon. It is a profound honor to stand before you at the Conference of Youth on Environment and Climate, COYAC 2026, hosted by the SDSN Youth Nigeria Network, a network that represents something I deeply believe in, that the future of this continent will be shaped not by those who wait for change, but by those who architect it. The theme of this conference, Future of Work, Technology and Sustainability in a Changing Environment, is not abstract. It is what we live reality of every Nigerian who watches the rains shift, the harvest shrink, and the lakes dry up. Climate change is not coming to Africa, it's already here. And the question before us today is not whether we respond, but whether we will govern that response wisely. First, I want to speak in three parts. The governance gap. Let me be direct about something that we do not say loudly enough in climate change conversations. Technology alone will not save us. Across Africa today, we're seeing a surge of climate tech innovation, solar mini grids in rural communities, AI-powered early warning systems, climate-smart agriculture platforms, fintech tools for green financing. Nigeria alone has produced some of the continent's most promising climate tech startups on the continent. And yet, emissions continue to rise. Vulnerable communities remain exposed. Implementation remains fragmented. Why? Because we have a governance gap. We have innovators without enabling policies. We have frameworks without enforcement. We have international commitments, the NDCs, the Paris Agreement, the Agenda 2030 of the Sustainable Development Goals, Agenda 2063 of the African We Want. That sits in documents while ground level realities remain unchanged. The distance between a signed agreement and a transformed community is called governance. And closing this gap is the defining challenge of our generation. What should we do? So what does it look like to genuinely strengthen policy frameworks for climate tech implementation across Africa? I want to offer three interconnected pillars. First, coherence across levels of government. Climate policy in Nigeria and across most African nations suffer from vertical fragmentation. Federal ministries set targets, state governments have different priorities, local governments lack capacity to implement. Climate tech solutions land in a fragmented landscape and it stalls. What we need are integrated national financing frameworks that create binding alignments between the federal, state, and local government. Frameworks where the NDC is not just a foreign affair document, but a living implementation blueprint cascaded down to the world level. Nigeria's OSAP SDG has modeled this kind of vertical integration for sustainable development goals. We must now replicate and deepen it for climate action specifically. Secondly, I'll talk about regulatory environments that enable, not just restrict. Too often, our policy conversations focus on regulations as a barrier, but a well-designed regulatory framework is actually the greatest accelerator of climate tech investment. When investors, both domestic and international investors, can see clear rules, predictable incentives, and credible enforcement capital flows, Nigeria's Electric Act 2023 was a step in the right direction for renewable energy. But we need equivalent regulatory clarity in clean transportation, sustainable agriculture, carbon markets, and the digital infrastructure that underpins climate data systems. Young people in this room who are building climate tech ventures, you deserve a regulatory environment that sees you as partners in national transformation, not risk to be managed. That is the advocacy demand we must take, loudly and persistently. Thirdly, I want to talk about data sovereignty and evidence-based policy making. We cannot govern what we cannot measure. Africa contributes less than 4% of global greenhouse gas emission, yet suffers disproportionately from climate impact. To make that case powerfully in the international negotiations, in budget processes, in courts, we need robust African-owned climate data infrastructure. This is where the intersection of technology and governance become most powerful. AI-enabled climate monitoring, satellite data analysis, community-level vulnerability mapping, these are not just luxuries, but they are very important. They are governance tools, and African government must invest in building sovereign data capacity rather than remaining dependent on externally produced data sets that may not capture our specific realities. And lastly, the role of young people in policy architecture. Now, I want to speak directly to the young people in this room. You are not just the beneficiaries of good climate policy, you are its architects. And I say this not as a rhetoric, but as a structural argument. Politics frameworks fail when they are designed without the people who will live under them. Youth are the demographic majority in Nigeria. Over 60% of our population is under 25. Any climate framework that does not embed youth voices at the design stage is, by definition, incomplete. It will miss the lived realities of those most exposed to climate risk. It will miss the innovations being built in the informal economy. It will miss the political energy that ultimately determines whether laws are enforced or ignored. So my call to you today is, do not wait to be invited to the table. Build the table, engage your State House of Assembly on climate legislation, submit position papers to the Federal Ministry of Environment, participate in public comment processes of the NDC revision, show up in governance spaces where your future is being decided. The most powerful thing a young climate activist would do in 2026 is not just to protest what is wrong, is to propose what is right in the language that policymakers understand. Finally, I want to name something important. Africa is not just a victim narrative in the climate story, we're also the opportunity. The continent holds 60% of world's renewable energy potential. We have the youngest workforce on Earth, a workforce that can be trained and deployed in green industries that do not yet exist at scale. We have traditional ecological knowledge embedded in communities across the Sahel, the Congo Basin, and the Great Lakes. Knowledge that modern climate science is only beginning to formally recognize. The climate tech governance frameworks we build today will determine whether Africa captures its opportunity for ourselves, or whether once again, the extraction happens and the benefit flows elsewhere. This is why governance is not a technical matter, it is a justice matter, it is a sovereignty matter, and it is a generational thing. As I close, I want to leave you with this. The question of climate governance is ultimately a question of who decides. Who decides which technologies are deployed and where? We decide how carbon revenues are spent. Who decides whose vulnerability counts in the international climate finance? The answer must be us, African policymakers, scientists, activists, entrepreneurs, and above all, African youth who understand that the stakes could not be higher. You are not the leaders of tomorrow, you are the architects of today. And what you build in this room, in this conversation, in this networks matters. I thank you all for inviting me, and I thank the SDSN for organizing this great event. And I wish you success in your deliberation, in your fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Welcome back from your short break. Thank you so much. Welcome back from your short break. And now we're going to be having one of the highlights of today's event, which is the panel session. And I'll call on the panelists now to just join us at the session right now. So we have youth leadership, social innovation, and environmental sustainability. So we have here Olanrewaju. Mr. Ario Olanrewaju. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Ario Olanrewaju. Next, we have Mrs. Blessing Ewa. Mrs. Blessing Ewa. A round of applause for Mrs. Blessing Ewa. The next, we have Mrs. Nkoli Hodu. Mrs. Nkoli. Okay, a round of applause for her. And the last person joining our panel today is Mr. Gegele. Mr. Gegele. Yes, Olushola Yahya. A round of applause for Mr. Yahya. Thank you so much for gracing our presence today. Thank you so much for joining the panel. I will start with a short introduction. Rather than reading your bio, I think everyone should just introduce yourself. So I want to get your name correctly. So starting with Mr. Ario Olanrewaju.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. And good afternoon to everyone on the panel with me. My name is Ariola Iwaju, and I work with the Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I lead the Sustainability and Business Development Unit. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Blessing Ewa, founder of YASIF Nigeria. So YASIF is Young Advocates for a Sustainable and Inclusive Future. We work around building community capacities, especially women and young people, on waste management and the digital skills. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nkoli Omodu. I am a broadcast journalist and an environmental journalist as well. A job I've done for over 2 decades, reporting on issues of environment and creating awareness on what people need to know about climate-related issues and all of that. So that's basically what I do, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Pleasant afternoon, everyone. My name is Gegele Yahya Olushola. I'm the CEO, founder of Premium Blue Economy Innovation and Investments that focus on regenerative initiatives from environments. Thank you.
Okay, I will start with you, Mr. Gegele. And we, the young people, would like to know how your organization help young people.
Thank you. Once again, it's a privilege for having me, a mix of you here. And I think we should stop so much in terms of analysis that leads to paralysis. The young children in Nigeria need more actions and implementations other than analyzings. And for us in premium blue economy innovation and investments, we work in the blue economy space. So I'm sure most of you know there is a ministry called Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy. And when you ask people what is the difference between blue economy and green economy. So part of what we do in our company to assist the younger generations is to convert what people see as waste into high impact projects, not just waste to wealth, high impact projects that are non-linear thinking. So when I say non-linear thinking, we are focusing on creating new opportunity that people from outside are actually tapping in Nigeria for the younger generations. So having said this, we have concrete example of multiple initiatives that we are actually doing. One of these is converting plastic waste into 20 different values. One of it is plastic to ultra low sulfur diesel. We produce diesel from plastic, which is mostly unrecyclable plastics, and we have many primary, secondary schools in Abuja that are understanding that there's nothing called waste, but it's unutilized resources. So we focus on that supply chain for them to realize what people see as a plastics that litter the environment. It's actually unused resources. So we develop syngas for powering engines, like generator from plastic. We generate tires, wheelbarrow tires. You know, they don't pop wheelbarrow tires. So we produce that from plastics as well. Likewise, we have a small hydrogen generations from plastic that we use in our facility where we produce diesel from plastics in Kwara State, Ilorin precisely. And some other values is we supply the normal sachets pure water nylon that you see. We convert it into liquid and we supply petrochemical industry in Port Harcourt, which they are asking for 33,000 liters of plastics to oil every week. So that's a huge tax. So when you look at it from the plastics opportunity in Nigeria, 2.5 million tons of plastics is being generated every year. 9%, it's only being recycled, which 8% of it is PET bottle, and we're actually not doing much. So there's so much opportunity for the younger generation to understand basically that there's nothing called waste. It's unutilized opportunity, and we'll focus on creating more value on that. Thank you.
Am I?
Okay, it's fine, sorry. Next, the question goes to Mrs. Unkoli. And useless social innovation is often celebrated in Nigeria in theory, but underfunded in practice. When I came in, I spoke a lot about a lot of young people have organizations, youth clubs, and what they need mostly is the funding. So from your experience, what does it actually take to move from community-driven environmental idea from concept to sustainable impact?
All right. As a journalist who has worked for 20 years covering environmental related issues, I've gone around and I've seen how innovative youths can be, how creative they can be. But there's one thing about environmental journalism. What you have just asked me looks like a $1 million question. So what I've done is to try to simplify it in such a way that everyone would understand, because my job is to create awareness. And that means I have to break down environmental jargons, technical questions, scientific issues in such a way that everyone that listens to me whatever class, whatever social status you belong to, you should be able to understand. So I have broken that question down to saying what exactly or how exactly can you turn ideas into something that one can touch, something that one can feel so that it can be sustainable. And an analogy I would give, I have a slide. I don't know if they're able to access it so people can have a visual, appeal of what I'm talking about. Beans, everyone eats beans. So I like to compare idea as raw beans. When you have idea and you have concept, it's still with you on your head. It is raw, and no one can eat raw beans until you translate that idea into something tangible that people can see. And then you get people who buy into what you're doing. Then you can begin to talk about whether it can be sustained and whether the impact can be felt around the community where you're having your project or your idea. So when you want to cook beans, you need fire, right? You need water. You need even people to share with you when you are done. So I've decided to break this into 4 steps that you can use when you're trying to make your concept sustainable. And the first step I wrote down is show, don't just tell. Probably people will say, because I come from a broadcast background where you do not just talk, you have to give visual appeal to what you're talking about, so people will understand what you're doing. If you come into a broadcast outfit, for instance, and you've got a program you want to show on air, and you're telling the MD, I have this program idea, it's this, it's that, you're just talking. What the MD wants to see is a pilot, what you have done, what you can show that would make the MD understand that you know exactly what you're driving out, what the problem is, who are the beneficiaries, who will this project affect, what impact would it have? That's exactly how climate action is. So when you have that idea in your head and you take the first step of showing, do just little things, tiny bits of what you can do. Probably get a shovel, get a bucket. That's if you're talking about moving plastic, or rather recycling plastic waste, for instance, or even other forms of waste. You first have to show what you're able to do. And please, when you're doing this, take pictures, take photos. I'm so happy with the young people today. Sometimes I feel like I should turn back the hands of time so I can become young again. Because you've got everything at your beck and call. When we were reporting environmental issues years back, there was no internet where you can store what you've learned. There's no documentation. Sometimes I look at my materials lying there in DVC Pros, VHS tapes that you're not even able to extract now, but you've got all the opportunities. So document whatever you do. Take photos, take pictures before you start that project, and then after. Now that's your evidence. That's what you would give to anyone who is interested in actually helping you. I've got a few examples that I showed in the slide, if it will be made available to you. How many people have actually tried this and how it worked for them? So that is one of the steps you need to take. Then the second step you need to take is, please, before you start, get a 3-man power team. That's what I call it, 3-man power team, which begins with you as the initiator of the project. And then you get someone who also knows the technical know-how. Some of you may have great ideas, great innovation, but you do not know how to start. So get a professional as your second person team. And then you get the third person, who should probably be someone in the community, a community elder who people listen to. Because sometimes when you come to community to do your project, there's this mutual suspicion, hey, you've come. You want to bring project, what is in there for you? What have you brought? So they need someone that will talk to them, somebody who would believe you, who would believe in your project, and then be able to talk to the people. So that's the second step. Now the third one is, sometimes when we want to start project, we are looking for big money, big funders. Everybody wants funding. There are so many NGOs. I listened to the MC talking earlier about the proliferation of NGOs and CSOs doing environmental things all over the place. You need to stand out. So when you're looking for that funding, some people go asking for grants of $50,000, $100,000 just to start. No, you don't do that. So I've decided to break it down into just ask for Gary money, so to speak. And for those of you watching us who are not in Nigeria, I don't know if you know what Gary is, but it's just the processed cassava. That means it is something you can afford, little things, because that kind of money is easier to get from an aunt, for instance. It's easier to also get from your initial savings, for instance. It's also easier to get from your pastor. You can also get that from maybe an alumni group that you belong to. And when you do that, you know, it's easier to tell somebody, give me $100 there, whatever it is in Nigerian Naira, you know. So when you are able to get those little things, okay, at least it should be enough for you to buy hand gloves, for instance, do some flyers, for instance, and then probably, you know, do transport and give a little stipends for those who would help you. Begin with volunteers, people that can, you know, that share your vision, that would want to work with you. That way you start. And by the time you do that project, you're able to show the evidence of what you've done. Anyone who wants to help you would help you based on what they have seen you have done, that little tiny bit. And the last point I would like to make is that, you know, when you come to a community and you bring a community-driven project or concept or idea you want to bring, please don't come there making them feel like you're the Messiah that has come to save them. Like I said earlier, there's always this mutual suspicion. What is in there for us? Yes, they are beneficiaries, but make them co-creators of the project. Make them believe that this project is theirs, and then you will get the buy-in of, you know, the community dwellers, the people who will benefit from the project, so that even when you are long gone or the project funding ends and there's a closeout for that project, that can be sustained. So I think I will stop here for others to talk. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Ma. Our next question would go to Mrs. Blessing Iwa. And this question is very personal to me as somebody who believes so much in female empowerment. So the question goes, YASIF, Nigeria, has empowered over 1,500 women and youth through plastic waste, upcycling, and digital skills. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah. What has been the biggest lesson from turning environmental action into real economical opportunity for women at the grassroots level?
Thank you so much. Actually, if I ever get to join a panel session, this is usually my most favorite question. I don't know why. Because the response I'm going to give is quite personal. For us, what we have been able to put into the work that we do is getting the community to understand the work that we do. Helping them understand that they are not just managing waste, but they are building economical empowerment. They are building livelihoods. And I would say that community entry has been very easy for us, especially around the work that we do, because we've been able to translate the knowledge into tangible evidence, helping these communities, especially women and youths, gain from managing, say, plastic waste, because our major is plastic waste. And I'll give you an example. Currently, we have community women that have started their own community-led upcycling enterprises from the training that we did. I think we have about that across 3 states. And this has also brought about so much impact because there was a training we had with some women, and after which we linked them with recycling agencies. And the agency called us saying the community has reached back to them, saying they are going to save some money to get more training on their own. For me, I counted that as impact because this shows that the community understand the message we are sending. We are not just telling them about, oh, you have to keep your environment clean. We are helping them understand how this also translates to their economic value. We have women who now support their husbands, support their children, just by managing waste. Some have changed their names to, you know, Bola, is it Mama Bola, just because they pick plastics. People now upcycle plastics to handbags, shoes, and these are things that they are happy doing, and they are really, really happy to show to us. So for us, you know, helping them understand that they can translate waste to value and there's economic importance from, you know, this activity is one key lesson. Another key lesson I would like to share before I pass the mic across is the fact that we also helped the community understand that they are co-creators. That's why I was smiling when Madam Nkubi was speaking. We didn't come as people who were coming to give them something because they'll count us as one of those NGOs. We came with an idea that we can sit together to come up with a solution. We helped them understand that they were the frontiers, the pillars of climate action, especially across their communities. They were the pace setters. So we allow them take lead action, take accountability for the work that they do. Right now, if you go across those communities, it's difficult to see a plastic bottle. We are not there to watch over them. We are not there to supervise them, but they have taken initiative because we allow them to understand that they are the leaders and not just beneficiaries. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. I have a question, basically a follow-up question to what you have said. Your organization is doing very wonderful, very amazing for young people and women. But I was curious about the health risks of this plastic. What about the microplastic? So these people are upcycling plastic into handbags, into shoes. I mean, even polythene is discouraged nowadays because it leaves microplastic in the air and it gets into our bloodstream and everything. So is there any measures your organization is taking in place to address that health risks, or it's really not considered?
No, it's considered actually, because we have the two types of upcycling process. The one that they convert plastic back to shoes does not require pollution because all they have to do is shred pure water bags, nylon bags into tiny little ropes. And then they use this weaving loom and loom it into like, a showcase kind of like thing. And from there, they use the sewing machine to make, if they want to make bags, purse. So that one does not have any environmental implication. But we also have another end product that we do, which is like interlocking tiles. Now, that is the one that has environmental consent. So every time we want to engage the community, we make sure that they get PPEs. And then we help them understand the importance of PPEs when they are melting the plastics, because they melt it with sand to come up with like bricks for building. Then another way, I think one of those times we have sat down to consider more healthy ways for, where the communities can actually convert these plastics. I think they had to fabricate machines that can convert this thing without them necessarily being involved in the process, so that the impact, their health is not impacted as a result.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, now the question goes to Mr. Ariel. So the question is, if you could redesign one aspect of Nigeria's current workforce development system, young people for the future of work in the sustainability-driven economy, what would it be and why?
Yeah, good afternoon once again. Like I mentioned, I work with the Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry. The chamber has a center called the Business Entrepreneurship Skills and Technology Center. The BEST Center. So the BEST Center, one of our core mandates, apart from developing the capacities of our members, is youth employment and capacity building. So now, if I'm to redesign the workforce, so we've been working with several partners on skills development, especially technical vocational training. So if I'm redesigning it, it will be to integrate sustainability and the climate sustainability, the green economy into technical skills. We all know that a lot of times when we have students that graduate from the university, when they get to the workplace, sometimes there needs to be some form of retraining for them to be able to adapt directly into the system. So, but yes, the chamber network alongside MDT and several other governments, relevant stakeholders, has been doing a lot of work on TVET. So, but I see there's still a gap in integrating sustainability into the work that has been done in TVET. So if I have an opportunity to actually redesign, I would ensure that while these green skills are being developed, while TVET is being encouraged, and it's actually going to be competency-based. That's also another segment that we are always looking at. It shouldn't just be based on your degree or based on your certificate. It has to be competency-based. And another approach is the dual vocational training model. So if you are integrating these green skills, first integrating sustainability, it allows you to ensure that when the graduates are coming out, they have the skills, they understand what the environment needs, they understand the sustainability needs of their community, and they know how to apply it in their workspace. So, like I believe, sustainability is not just, it's not a separate concept. It has to be integrated into the entire economy, into the entire ecosystem. So, for us to actually have a workforce that is sustainability driven, we need to integrate it into the skills, vocational skills they are learning. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. My next question goes to Mr. Mr. Gegeli. So, sir, you mentioned in your earlier speech, you mentioned about having a company in Port Harcourt where you supply diesel, right, made from plastic. So I'm very curious about that because I didn't even know that kind of technology existed, especially in this part of the world. So the question goes, Premium Blue Economy, your organization, has pioneered converting plastic waste, including the type most recyclers ignore, into ultra-low sulfur diesel through pyrolysis. Yeah, pyrolysis. How did you develop the technology in the Nigerian context? And what were the biggest technical and regulatory hurdles you had to overcome?
So I don't want to lecture, but I will do 2 minutes to just make it easy. I used to be a successful carpenter that have done projects close to 6 billion naira with debt fund. Please don't clap, please. For leaving Nigeria to Asia opened my eyes that it's not all about contracts. Indonesia is a country of 285 million, 7.2% poverty rate. I'm sure you heard me right? 285 million population, 7.2% poverty rate. Do we have any reason to complain? No. They are $1.3 trillion economy. So I live there. And coming back to Nigeria, I realized it is not all about furniture. It's about numbers. So what prompts me to answer your question in the blue economy space is I look at number of 200 million populations. What can you do that just 1% of the populations are your targeted audience? That's a ticking questions for most entrepreneurs and most youths that needs to focus on. So waste management, I do a lot of different things in waste management. Plastic is what I think is a low-hanging project that we work on right now. So we are the only one in Africa that produce 5,000 liters of diesel every day from plastics. Only in Africa, no any other person. So we got our technology locally produced from Kwara State Polytechnic students. I designed that technology locally. The only thing we sought out from the country is the ZXM5, which is the catalyst for cracking it into ultra-low sulfur diesel from China. And we are working with palm kernel shell to design our own catalyst locally in Nigeria. At this moment, I'm spending nothing less than 80 million naira every year on buying catalysts to give me 2 billion naira profits on that. But instead of that 80 billion naira leaving the country, we can employ people that are into palm kernel. That palm kernel is what we use at our east source. So we don't pollute. It's a closed loop technology whereby the pyrolysis is absent of oxygen. We converts waste from palm kernel shell as gasification systems, and we use as an heat source to heat our reactor at 380 to 400 degree heat Celsius. And every 10 hours, we started producing diesel. And our diesel is commonly used from rice mill industry. All rice mill industry in Nigeria, our target audience, because they use boiler. So it's reduced in terms of decarbonizations of the rice boiling industry to support the climate change. Secondly, we have, anybody that know Kwara State, Camwire, that produce steel. So they use black oil and the whole environment there is polluted. So my diesel at the moment is better than Dangote diesel. We are doing 10 ppm, while Dangote is at 15 ppm. It's not a big technology. We are just refining what is made from crude oil, take it back to crude oil. Everything we are wearing is synthetic fiber. We can take it back and make something out of it back. So in a nutshell, the technology is locally developed here, and we are open to collaborations, partnership. Like I said earlier on, we have 20 products that we can derive from plastic waste, 20 different value chains that we can derive from plastic waste. As time goes on, people that are much interested can reach out to us, and we can create values that people can make a livelihood and prosperity. Thank you.
Sorry, a round of applause, louder. Yes, and throughout the conversation today, if you notice, almost everybody has been encouraging you to collaborate. So he's open for collaboration, by the way. Do you have an email they can reach out to you if they have a proposal or anything else?
So you can follow me on LinkedIn. I think my LinkedIn is just my name, Gegele Olushola, Gegele Olushola. I'm a product of Disruptive Innovation from Harvard Business School. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. So my next question would go to Mrs. Nkoli. So this question is, with the future of work changing rapidly, how should young Africans be positioning themselves today in terms of skills, network, and mindset to lead the next generation of sustainability-driven innovation on the continent of Africa?
Okay, let me say, great African youths. Great. Okay, so I admire your efforts. I admire your courage. And this question broken down simply means, okay, let me just put it this way. How do we stop young climate leaders from collapsing and also looking for replacement? That's exactly what all the big grammar is talking about. One thing I've noticed in the course of my work is that movements collapse when you make your movement one that has more followers but less leaders, or where you are the superstar and then every other person is a follower, no leader. And that's why I have decided to call this particular one No More Superstars in what you do if you want to actually lead in Africa. That's also boils down to what has been said here all over the place today since morning. Do not want to be the only voice that is heard or that's being heard in your movement. Build leaders, create leaders who would be there when you are not there. Because the truth is that if your movement stops because you traveled or stops because you're not there, then you haven't built a movement. Okay? So if you want to build African leaders and ensure that people follow you and also will be able to sustain your movement when you're not there, please, please, and please do not become the superstar in your movement. Build a football team. That's what I'll say. I'll give an example. Man City, for instance, has 25 players. Do you know why do they have 25 players when they actually need 11 to play at a time? That's because if one person is tired, the next person takes over. That's how it is. That way you are able to sustain that movement. So stop being a superstar. No more superstars in your movement. Instead, build a football team because sustainability actually works. Okay, let me put it this way. Sustainability works when people are able to do your job when you are not there. So that's one of the issues I have raised here as one of the steps that you can use to make your movement strong. And then you also have another point, plan to also rest. I have some examples I've given in my slide. I'm surprised that my slide is not up because I would have loved to. Victor, Ambassador Victor, I shared my slide with you. Did you give it out? Okay, they're not able to get it. So people can actually understand exactly what I'm trying to say. When you work this in this part of the world, they say all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. But I like to say that all work and no rest makes Jack a dull boy. The example I have given is about an organization which actually had only one person who is the initiator of the project speaking at every event. And then it got to a point when he got so tired, it was a breakout for him. He couldn't continue and he almost decided to quit until the organization decided that, okay, what do we do? Let's make a rule. You don't speak alone now. When you speak in just one row, in the next row, please get someone else to speak. And in just 2 years, they were able to build 20 leaders who can speak, who can sustain the movement, even when the leader is not there. And then the next thing they did is to ensure that there's also a part of it that you should also rest when you're doing this work because you will break down, you will burn out if you do not get someone who can take over from you when you are not there. So that is one of the things. Again, in your budget, please add stipend. Some people think that because you have volunteers who help you do some things, then they don't need any stipend to be able to sustain their lives. Or you get them to come and help you. Probably you're doing a waste to wealth initiative, for instance, and then you get them to help you collect plastic. Let's see, you're recycling plastic waste and turning it to usable material. And then you get them to help you pick plastics or do cleanup, on a Saturday morning, get the volumes recorded. You're looking for sponsorship, but then you have little grants that you used for this project. And then you do not remember that those people that have come to help you, you can actually give them stipends for their transportation. You can actually give them stipends, to eat for the day. What you see is that after some time, they start dropping out because you cannot pour from an empty bucket. So that is one of the issues, one of the steps you should also look into if you want your movement to be strong. Add a little budget for what you do. And then train your replacement before you're famous. Train your replacement. It still also gets in touch with having a superstar. When you leave and there's nobody to do your work, you haven't trained anybody. What some organizations do is that they ensure that, while you're still there, you're able to have, shadow leaders who are able to do what you can do as well. So that even when you get that UN job that you've been looking for, I'm sure many of us are looking for UN job, right? Hello, youths. Yes. Even when you get that UN job, you are also not killing your movement in that process. So that even when you leave, your project continues and people are able to sustain it. So you're not burning out easily. So that is the next step. I think you should also put into your organization or your idea to ensure that no one is burned out. An analogy I want to give is that if in a family of 10, for instance, it is just one mom, let's say the mother of the home, that is cooking for everyone. She makes the dinner, she makes the breakfast, she makes the lunch, she does the dessert, the appetizer, the main course, day in, day out, year in, year out, week in, week out, for everyone. Believe you me, she will fall sick. And when she falls sick, what happens? Everyone else suffers. So what you need to do is to ensure that this leaders you're creating also help you when you're not there so that you don't easily burn out. And then your team, as a football team, will be able to push your project forward and you don't burn out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you so much, every wonderful person on the panel. We will be taking questions from the audience now. And I just want to add to what's Mrs. Nkoli. Yeah, I just want to add to what you've said. And this is very important to have team members, especially for the young people. Some of the young people, when we came, they said that they've started your own NGO or startup. So this is for them. If you've started your own NGO or startup, like she said, it's good to have people in your team. But there's a mistake that I made because I have my own startup as well. And I almost made, by the way, my dad guided me. And a lot of people also made that mistake. It's giving out equity in your startup before funding. So this is a no-no, especially if you're from the non-technical background. Maybe mine was a climate tech initiative. So a tech company approach, we're going to build this for you at 5%. And along the line, oh, we're pouring in too much resource. We want 40%. So that is a no-no. So a lot of you guys are actually going to face something similar to that in the process of building your startup. So in as much as you need people around you who care about your project as much as you do not give out equity early. All right. I'll have questions from the audience. Who has any question for any of our judges? Sorry, what the hell? Oh, yeah, Allah. Who has any questions for any of our panelists?
Good day, everyone. My name is Ojabo Julius, a student from ATB Bauchi, and I have a question for Mr. Gege. So, how do you bridge the technical skill gap to manufacture indigenous machines to help solve these problems?
Thank you. So like I said in my submissions, we collaborate with tertiary institutions, majorly the mechanical engineering. So for pyrolysis technology and anything that have to do with plastic or waste, it's not a linear thinking. People that you never expected that could be your partner are also partner in whatever you're actually doing. So for pyrolysis, we have 9 different disciplines that work on the projects. Finance is there. The people in environment departments are there. Faculty are there. People in physics are there. People in IoT are there. So like what Madam said, you need to build a team around an ecosystem or whatever you're actually doing. That is when you can get the best of them. So for us, carbon credit in Nigeria, it's not really yet matured, but we have the IoT that automates every plastic we process on daily basis, which I can share the websites so that you guys can follow as time goes on the number of plastic that we process and the number of oil that we get on daily basis, and people that are actually using our oil, how the segments of different industry that we are targeting. So to answer your questions, local consumption, local development technology of this, it's what we are actually working with tertiary institutions to localize it in their schools, right? For not only learning purpose, but adding value to what we have done. I'm talking about 20 products. If we leave it open in terms of open innovations, we will have more than 40 products that will make Nigeria outcompete all other people doing it around the world. And for pyrolysis, it's not a new initiative. It has been an initiative that has been in existence. China, US, and Indonesia has one of the largest plastic pollution in the world. and they have been selling the diesel to majority of their maritime industry that have big vessels, decarbonization of their oil industry by utilizing this kind of oil coming out of this. And in terms of designing it, it's every discipline that can come together and achieve it. So I give you a typical example of it. I'm sure you know kaolin. Kaolin is a raw material, is a mineral raw material, right? That you see we can have in different places. Kaolin is what majority of people use around the world as zeolites to make the fuel more usable in terms of when you don't use kaolin, the diesel we have before, it's always black. The diesel Dangote sells now, it's almost like white or transparent. So they're using kaolin. So imagine a community that have kaolin becomes good mine when we start this thing going. We got it wrong in the refinery because the refinery doesn't know how to produce the ZX5, which we are actually buying to crack the plastics and make it more of a refined oil. So it's every discipline that's interested, and I'm open to do that. So finally, I have a center in University of Ilorin called Center for Blue and Regenerative Economy that has 42,000 students. By these coming sections, every student of University of Ilorin will go through my course on blue economy, and it's not a what do you call it? It's not a mandatory course, but it's a course of systemic thinking. We are introducing systemic thinking in that so that many people can collaborate together and develop something on such pyrolysis. Thank you.
We would be having our photo session now with the panelists and the COIEC team, SEGN team, and the moderator.
Okay, so just before we close out, I would like to end this way because having worked in this field, just a few seconds, please. Having worked in this field for a very long time, I've met some youths who are quite innovative. I came across the CEO of Finkelons Ventures Limited, who designed a fire truck, locally made fire truck, and actually is the very first Nigerian to do that. What did he do? He tried to design a truck and a two-wheel cart with a motorbike attached to the cart so that you can go into different markets in Nigeria. And he also hopes to extend this regionally across Africa. You know that market fire is a very serious problem in Nigeria. And by the time there is market fire, everything goes up in flame. And you're surprised that many people have died because they just cannot get back on their feet after one fire incident. Is it that their homes come down, their goods and businesses come down? So this young man, it's a story I am following very, very closely because I also want people to buy into this and supporters, financiers, private sector investments, even donor agencies to come into this kind of project. And we can only make this public by telling the story of people like this. And that is where I come in as a journalist. We like to follow innovations, that make the difference. When there is fire incidents in a market, for instance, go to Lagos, where you don't have a kind of, spaces where even the fire trucks can get into. What you have is that even the response time of the fire service before they get there, everything has gone up in flame and a family is brought down completely. So what this truck does is that because it's smaller, it is locally fabricated, it has got a bike with a wheel cart, and then it has 24/7 young people who have been trained as auxiliary firefighters who man the markets every day instead of being jobless. And then they help to monitor the markets every day, morning and night, to ensure that even when there's a small smoke somewhere, it is able to nip it in the bud. Because when you stop fire at the incipient stage, then you reduce the amount of damage that is being done. And don't forget that fire on its own also releases carbon into the atmosphere. So you're not just stopping people from, dying after losing their goods and services for a very long time, they have put together in their lifetime, you are also preventing greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere. I know there are a number of youths here who have got great ideas, just waiting for that little push to be able to make the difference. So I like to speak to those in authority today. Now, listen to me. If you're an elected leader in Nigeria or even elsewhere across Africa, please, please, and please, if you're the governor, if you're the president, if you're even a political appointee, please stop giving support, stop sponsoring people who know nothing, next to nothing about what the project that they have brought proposals for, because they are your political associates. These are young people who have great ideas sitting here and across Africa joining us online. I'm sure that even you as a senator, for instance, if you go into your constituency and you say, hey, I want 10 youths who have got great ideas and I want to push that idea, you don't need to campaign for any further election because these youths will be your campaign team. Because they will see what you have done, and it's families that will be affected, it's the community that will be affected, it's your constituency that will be impacted positively. And you don't need to go around. They will become the movement you need for your next election. So please listen to me. Stop funding political associates who put the money in their bags and they do not make the difference. Fund youths who are innovators and creators of great ideas and make them really push their efforts further and become global. Now, if anyone gets that desired support, if it's going global, is it not your name that they will put there? Hey, with support from so and so senator. This is your name that is still moving. You don't need any further campaign. As the election is coming, please find youths in your locality that are doing great things and fund them. Because you know why? When Elizabeth Watuti spoke at COP26, it wasn't just about her. The real power was not her on that stage. It was the 20,000 young men and women who are back home planting 10,000 trees. One voice outside, many hands at home. That is youth leadership. That is social innovation. That is sustaining environment and climate. And that can be us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will be having our photo session now. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. A very wonderful panel session. A round of applause for all our speakers again. Very insightful. And right now, we would be having a group photograph with all the delegates. And our speakers can please join us in front again to take the group photograph with the delegates. All the delegates, please join us.
Oh, the other guys can be at the front, and then we can try to like space, so everybody's space, you know.
Okay, the tall person should please go to the back. We, the tall persons, we should stay at the back. I'm so tired. Okay. After exhibition presentation, what's next?
General session, last session, that's all.
That's all.
Yes.
All right, hand it.
Okay. DJ, thank you very much. Okay, it's good to see that we're actually networking. That's very good, but as we network, can we kindly go back to our various seats so that we can continue and wrap up soon as possible? The next item on our agenda is the exhibitors presentation. I'm sure on our way in, we've seen exhibition outside. Those are people's idea, and they've come here to exhibit, and it's only right that we listen to them. So the first organization I'm going to be calling to come present is the Umar Modo Foundation, UMF. Please, can we give them a round of applause? This applause is not strong. I keep saying it. We are youth. This is the Conference of Climate and Environment. Please give the Umar Modo Foundation a round of applause. Let's keep clapping as they walk down to the podium. Yeah, Umar, please, let's have you here. Okay, Umar Modo Foundation representative is not here at the moment, so I'll call on the representative from Tech Space Innovators. A round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sesu Gabriel Abenga. I lead the tech space team. What we are exhibiting outside are basically STEM kits that introduces children into the conversation about climate change. You all know that the conversations are basically mostly theoretical, but what we are trying to bring into the narrative is that we have younger children who we say they are the future of our generation. How do we get them to build solutions that are tangible into the climate change discourse? So we have solutions around flood detection, flood protection. We have solutions around solar energy and what have you. They are basically pet projects that these children can code and play around with, understand what sensor can help them to detect the atmospheric condition of where they are, and then take actions to solving whatever problems that might be impacting their environment. So we thank you for those of you that have stopped by to see what we are doing. And we hope that we have common allies to take this message to secondary schools, primary schools, and get them involved in the climate change discourse. Thank you, everyone.
Please let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much for sharing your work with us. And the next organization I'm going to be calling is Peace and Better Health Initiative, the ECAP initiative. Can we have your representative here on the stage? Please, a round of applause, guys. This side of the hall, you guys have a beef with clapping. Please, let's give them a round of applause as the representative from ECAP graces our stage to share their work. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Khadija Lal Aliyu, and we're from a youth-led organization called Enhancing Communities Action for Peace and Better Health Initiative, popularly known as ECAP. And what we have today here is Lafiyar Iyali project. Lafiyar Iyali is basically Hausa term in English, simply means family health. You might wonder, this is a climate program, so why health? So the reason is, from the surface, we might say health is different from climate, but when we go deep into it, we realize that climate and health are interconnected. Imagine the situation. Imagine a pregnant woman in a rural community. She's pregnant and it's raining season now. Flood is everywhere. She can't access the primary health care, and service is not, it's not at her stop. Complication arises. Maternal mortality rate keep increasing. This is the answer to the solution why ECAP decided to come up with an innovation called the Lafiyar Iyali. And Lafiyar Iyali is not like other solutions. We designed a digital platform whereby it's a kind of digital dashboard that contains the comprehensive data of pregnant women, which is collected from the community level, whereby at the hospital, once a pregnant woman goes to the facility, her data will be recorded. Once her data is recorded, we can be able to track her pregnancy that is from first ANC to 8th ANC. The major goal is to ensure that pregnant women attend their complete ANC and to deliver in the facility. Why? Because we realize that there are a lot of factors that limit women, especially those at rural community, from coming to the facility. So we design our solution based on this problem. We have community structure whereby it's contained the mother-in-law forum, the husband forum, whereby they can reach out to these women that are not coming to the facility. One beautiful thing about the Lafiyar Iyali dashboard is that each pregnant woman have access to a unique user ID. Just like your name is unique to you, that's how her unique ID is to her. So we can check her data and we keep updating. And our dashboard works in such a way that you cannot tamper with the data. If you're at the community level, you can't have access to the facility level data. And the major aim is to keep the decision makers and policy makers in touch, for them to be able to know this is what is happening at the grassroots stage. If I may ask this question to you, Can you be able to predict the number of women that are going to deliver today? This is a very hard question for policymakers to be able to answer. But with the help of this dashboard, with one single click, the policymakers at the state level, where we are currently implementing Kaduna State, he can be able to have access to this data when he have this login details because they are real-time data. Ladies and gentlemen, Lafiyar Iyali is here to ensure the safe motherhood, and we are out there open for collaboration and would like to have more conversation about Lafiyar Iyali. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you so much for sharing your work with us. And like she has said, they are open for collaboration and your stall is located outside. You can reach out for how you guys can network. The next initiative that will be coming here to make their presentation is the representative from the Ebaideki initiative. Please, a round of applause. The representative from the Ebaideki initiative. Okay. In the absence of the representative from the Ebaideki initiative, we're going to be having the last general session for the day, which is on green finance. And I think this is going to be very interesting because yes, we all have ideas. We're all climate advocates, innovators, storytellers, and all. Okay, give me a minute. Okay. Sorry, we still have to do one more exhibition presentation before the next general session, and permit me to call on the representative from the Chadela Farm Enterprise. Chadela Farm Enterprise representative, are you in the room? Chadela Farm Enterprise representative. Okay, I guess we still have to move on because they are not here in the room at the moment. So like I was saying, we're going to be having the last general session for the day, which is on green capital. And I was saying finance is very important when it comes to how we can take local action in our communities and also get funding for our very innovative ideas. So permit me to read the bio of our next speaker. His name is Folaon Oworu. Folaon Oworu is a finance analyst at Sustainable Energy for All, the UN-hosted organization driving global progress on SDG 7. He supports the delivery mission of 300, the continental initiative to connect 300 million Africans to electricity by 2030. With a focus on Nigeria and other priority countries, his work spans financial analysis, program support, and partner coordination, and he works closely with DARE's program management unit on the rollout of Nigeria's flagship distributed renewable energy program. Please, can we give him a round of applause? All right, so like I was saying, the importance of the next presentation is very, very key, and it's important that we get him the necessary items he needs for his presentation. So we'll be going on a 10-minute break, sort out this technical issue, and then we'll return. Thank you very much. Please enjoy your networking break.
I have a meeting at the house.
before, that youth are the powerhouse of Nigeria's energy transition, and not just the people it's being built for, but the people who will build it. The energy, the talent, and the demand that pushes this forward all comes from us. And as someone who is part of this generation myself, I take that personally. This transition does belong to us, and it runs through us. But there's a hard truth that sits underneath it, and it's that the energy transition we are inheriting must be financed, or it will not happen. There is no version of this where money is optional. So that's what I want to talk about today, the money. Where it needs to come from, why it isn't moving fast enough, and what it will take to unlock it for Nigeria's energy transition. And I want to do it honestly, not just a pitch, a real picture, because we are the people who will hold the system accountable for the next 30 years. So let's start with the stakes. Next slide, please. Yes, so this is where Nigeria sits today. Roughly 85 million Nigerians do not have access to electricity. And to put that in perspective, this is the single largest electricity access gap in the world, not just in Africa, in the global world. And around 70% of our population still cooks with polluting fuels such as firewood, charcoal, and kerosene. While this is a climate crisis, this is as much a health and gender crisis because this burden doesn't fall evenly. It falls largely on women. Women do the overwhelming majority of the cooking and fuel collection. In some communities, they shoulder as much as 90% of the time and effort spent gathering fuel and cooking. A single woman can spend up to 20 hours a week just collecting firewood. And that time is taken from school, from earning a living, and from her own life. And because she's the one standing over the smoke every single day, she's the one who pays for it with her health. Women and children are the most affected by the illnesses and deaths caused by this. So when we're talking about clean cooking, we're not just talking about an abstract energy statistic. We're talking about giving millions of women their time, their lungs, and their futures back. In addition, about 45% of the population is simply underserved, concentrated in rural and peri-urban communities, the places furthest from the grid. Now, I could stop there and let those numbers sit as a tragedy, but I want you to hear them differently. Every one of those gaps is also a market. The same 85 million people are 85 million potential customers, potential businesses, and jobs. Nigeria is, at the same time, one of the largest untapped clean energy markets in the world. So the scale of the challenge is the scale of the opportunity. Next slide, please. Before we get into the money, a quick bit of context first on Nigeria's energy transition plan. At COP26, President Buhari committed Nigeria towards net zero by 2060, and he didn't stop at just a pledge. He called for world partners in innovation and finance to help make it happen. After that, Nigeria launched its energy transition plan. The Climate Change Act was passed. The Federal Executive Council was approved the ETP in full, and a working group chaired by the Vice President was set up to deliver it. So when we're talking about financing and the transition today, we're not financing a wish. We're financing a real government-backed plan. Next slide, please. So what does the plan actually look like? This one chart essentially tells the whole story. The gray line represents business as usual. Nigeria's energy emissions climbing from about 179 million tons to 374 by 2060. The colored line represents the net zero pathway, bending all the way down to 2060. The space between those two lines represents the transition, and every single step of the way has to be financed. And that is one point holding on to. Cooking and power are exactly where the access problems we opened with sit. So Nigeria So in Nigeria, decarbonization and energy access aren't two separate agendas. They're the same one. Next slide, please. The ETP also sets concrete and measurable objectives, and I'll walk through them quickly because they show this is about delivery and not just declarations. So the first one was to secure at least $10 billion in financing by COP27 to kickstart the implementation. Why 10 billion, you may ask? Because that is the estimated annual cost of delivering the plan. Secondly, secure 3 to 5 agreements with original equipment manufacturers to begin local manufacturing and assembly of key technologies, such as electric vehicles, decentralized solar systems, and others. With names like Oxano Solar, Levine Energy, and AMVC, that is the industrialization point. Build it here and don't just import it. Thirdly, secure skills and knowledge transfer agreements with private sector leaders and institutions focused on upskilling workers for the power and infrastructure sectors. Fourthly, play a leadership role for Africa, championing a fair and inclusive and equitable transition, one that recognizes gas as a transition fuel and ends energy poverty and supports industrialization. And lastly, streamline the government's own initiatives, like the Decade of Gas, Solar Niger. So everything pulls towards the same 2016 net zero goal. So money, manufacturing, skills, leadership, and coherence, that's the scaffolding. And the rest is essentially talk about objective number 1, the money. Next slide, please. So the previous slide was Nigeria's national plan. Now let me connect that to the biggest access drive on the continent, because this is where the global efforts and the Nigerian efforts meet. So the headline of this is the Mission 300. This is a continent-wide initiative led by the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and other partners to connect 300 million Africans to electricity by 2030. As of today, more than 50 million connections have already been made, and SE for All is right at the center of this, supporting governments and partners in designing and delivering their national energy compacts. Nigeria is poised as one of the anchors of this effort in sub-Saharan Africa. Our flagship program is called the DARES program. This is the Distributed Access to Renewable Energy Scale-Up. And there is a headline number to hold on to there at the bottom. It says, DARES alone is set to give 17.5 million Nigerians access to electricity by 2030. Clean, reliable power that reaches homes and businesses the grid was never going to get to in time. So the ambition is clear. The problem isn't the plan, the problem is the money. And let me explain that to you further. Next slide, please. So yes, this is the main crux of the matter. So Nigeria needs an estimated $10 billion a year above business as usual to deliver this transition. And that is the exact figure that Objective 1 of the ETP set out to mobilize. Now, this chart on the right, across the high impact countries, the countries with the biggest access gap, universal electrification needs to be at about $45 billion a year. But what is actually being committed is less than half of that, which is about 19 billion, the lowest figure on the right there. And so right out of the gates, we're already at a loss because we're financing this transition at less than 50 cents at the dollar, which means that for every dollar we want to spend, we only have 50 cents. So, and there's a part that should bother everybody in this room, because out of the money that does flow, only about 1% reaches decentralized energy. That is the exact solution that's best suited to reach rural and peri-urban communities, as I mentioned earlier. And those, the decentralized solutions are the one that gets the thinnest slice of capital. So being very plain about this, the ambition is clear, but the capital is not yet flowing, not at the scale we need, and not to the necessary places. Next slide, please. So why does private capital hesitate? I'm going to give you 8 reasons why. Because pretending the barriers doesn't exist is how you lose investors' trust. I won't label on every single one, so let me quickly walk you through the themes. Starting with policy and markets, regulatory and policy uncertainty, unpredictable tariffs, weak enforcement, shifting subsidies, and the absence of clear targets or stable power purchase agreements have left investors wary. Investors can't underwrite a 20-year asset against a 1-year policy. That is just not how they operate. They need a certain level of certainty. Secondly, Nigeria's underdeveloped financial markets, there's too little local currency financing. So when revenue is in Naira and debt is in dollars, you get the FX risk that keeps investors away. Then onto perceived risk and the lack of de-risking tools, renewable energy and in growth markets is simply seen as high risk, and there aren't enough guarantees, insurance, or blended finance instruments to offset that. And I don't know if you can read, but I will just leave this on the screen instead of going through each one. Yeah. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So this is about blended finance, and this is the single most important concept of this whole talk. So let me make it simple for you guys. Blended finance means public and philanthropic money strategically to unlock larger amounts of private money. The stack on the right, from the bottom up, at the very bottom, you'll see grants and technical assistance, public and philanthropic money that absorbs the first risk. Above that is concessional and catalytic capital, money that is willing to take a below the market return or provide first loss capital. Above that, guarantees and risk cover, the instruments that deal with the FX and credit risk I described earlier. And then sitting on top of it all, the big layer of commercial capital, banks, pension funds, and private investors. The logic is this: a relatively small amount of public money at the bottom de-risks the deal enough that a much larger pool of private money is willing to sit on top of it. You're not asking the public sector to pay for everything. You're asking it to take the first risk so that the markets can do the rest. And this isn't just theory. The number on the left shows that theirs is built on a $750 million public credit that is specifically designed to leverage over $1 billion of private capital on top of it. The model is working in real life. So the role for SE for All and our partners, in essence, is to engineer this stack to make Nigeria's pipeline investable, which brings me to what we're actually doing. Next slide. Next slide, please. So let me get specific about how SE for All's work. How SE for All's work is mobilizing investments for Nigeria, because I don't want to just leave you with concepts. Our work in Nigeria runs across 5 connected work streams, and I'll take you through each one. So firstly, we have the Nigeria DRE Fund. This is our flagship blended finance vehicle in collaboration with NSIA and Africa 50, channeling investment into high-quality distributed renewable energy companies. The second is the Sustainable Energies Finance Developers Platform, where this is a market-building platform connecting developers and financiers with the wider ecosystem to accelerate deal flow. 3, institutional support, working alongside the Ministries of Power and Finance and the Compact Delivery Unit to ensure Nigeria is delivering the promises of the Compact. 4th, carbon markets, helping build a country-owned energy-anchored carbon market system that turns transition into a new revenue stream. 5th, green industrialization, supporting Nigeria to build the critical mineral value chains the transition depends on. And let me take you through them in greater detail. Next slide, please. So on the Nigeria DRE fund, the DRE fund is the clearest example of blended finance model I just mentioned about put into practice. Achieving Mission 300 takes capital at scale and it takes innovative financing, not business as usual. So to help bridge that gap, SE for All is partnering with NSIA, Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority, and Africa 50 to develop this fund. The fund pulls together long-term capital from institutional investors, development partners, and private sector. It starts in Nigeria and is designed to drive DRE expansion and advance Mission 300's access objectives across Africa. Now, looking at the table, because I want to connect the fund directly to the goals it serves, 4 goals and four ways the fund delivers. Firstly, energy affordability and sustainability. The fund backs cost-effective renewable solutions over fossil fuel alternatives, which brings electricity costs down for the end user. Secondly, adopting distributed renewable energy. The fund provides targeted financing to scale, exactly the technologies that reach unserved communities such as mini grids, solar home systems, commercial and industrial projects, clean cooking, and energy storage. Thirdly, the local currency financing gap. Remember the FX risk that I spoke about earlier? The fund works with local pension funds and other local currency investors to provide local currency denominated financing. That directly attacks the single largest barrier to capital in this market. And fourth, mobilizing private sector capital. The fund uses blended financing to de-risk investments and pull institutional capital, pension funds, development finance, institutions, and more. So this fund isn't looking for a purpose. Every feature is engineered against a specific Mission 300 goal. Next slide, please. So the second work stream answers a different question. The fund gets capital ready to deploy, and the developer platform builds the marketplace that the capital can flow into. They are complementary, they work together. So think of it as a digital marketing tool. Developers showcase their track record and funding requirements for projects, and financiers evaluate credibility and risk based on data, not assumptions. Remember the inadequate data and weak pipeline barriers from earlier? This platform is built to attack those, and it works in three specific ways. Firstly, standardized data. The platform leverages there's verified developers and projects. So what is credible from the start? Developers and financiers upload and update their profiles in a standardized best practice way. And anyone can search that verified data filtered by geography, segment, track record, or risk category. Secondly, the matchmaking aspect. The system actively matches developers with the right financiers based on their parameters, that such as project size, sector financing needs, risk profile, and that makes deal origination far more efficient. And it draws on validated external data sources so that matches are grounded in reality. Thirdly, the credit scoring and analytics. The platform uses predefined industry-aligned metrics to assign credibility scores based on real performance and disclosures. And it keeps learning, tracking activity, profile updates, project progress, and feedback from financiers. So the scoring gets better calibrated over time. So one workstream readies the capital, while this one readies the market. Together, they're designed to close the gap that we saw earlier. Next slide, please. Beyond those two work streams, there's a quieter but equally as important layer of work, strengthening the system around the capital, because you can have the best fund in the world, but if there's no enabling environment, it is broken. The money still won't move, and there are places we sit in the government to ensure that this doesn't happen. Firstly, the Ministry of Power. We provide direct technical support on delivering Nigeria's energy compact, strengthening electrification planning, and helping coordinate the scale-up of distributed renewables across the country. This is the ministry at the very center of the access challenge. So getting the planning and delivery rights here is fundamental to everything else. Secondly, the Ministry of Finance. We help align fiscal frameworks and financial instruments with the energy transition priorities. In plain terms, making sure the public finance and private capital are pulling in the same direction and not against each other. And thirdly, the compact delivery and monitoring units. This is about making delivery real, stronger tracking, better coordination, and actually delivering the priority reforms under the energy compact. Investors don't just fund projects, they fund credibility, and that's what we're offering. A government that tracks and delivers its commitments is a government that capital wants to back. And this unglamorous forming of the transition, but it's often the difference between the pledge and a project. Next slide, please. I wanted to add one more financing lever because it's increasingly important and it's a real strength of the SC4 globally, and that is carbon markets. The core idea of this is a well-designed carbon market lets a country earn revenue for the emissions it avoids, and clean energy projects avoid a lot of emissions. So carbon finance can become an additional complementary income stream that helps make a mini grid or clean cooking project bankable. And it's another way to close the gap. But carbon markets only work if they have integrity and if there's a country that actually owns them. So SE4All, in partnership with the government, co-develops the carbon market systems that are country-owned and energy-anchored. We embed the institutions, we deploy the market structure, and we activate the investable pipelines so that government themselves can authorize, track, and commercialize carbon assets under both voluntary markets and the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement with long-term independence. The goal is sovereign capability and not dependence on outside investments. In practice, that's 5 things listed on the right there. So the first is the monitoring and reporting verification systems and the registry architecture. That's measurement, reporting, and verification. So every credit can be transparently tracked and transferred. Energy anchored credits origination, which links utilities and clean energy pipelines directly to carbon finance, market integrity, so that the credits are credible and high quality, because a market without integrity collapses. And embedded institutional capacity, so the country can run this for long term on its own. For Nigeria, this sits right alongside the DRE fund, another channel to turn energy transition into revenue. Next slide, please. So this slide speaks to green industrialization and critical minerals. And this is a part of our agenda I think is genuinely exciting for our generation because it's about Nigeria, not just consuming the energy transition, but building it. The transition runs on minerals, batteries, solar panels, etc. And these all need lithium, cobalt, copper, rare earth materials. And too often the story for Africa has been dig it up, ship it out raw, and import the finished product back at many times the price. Green industrialization is about breaking that pattern, adding value at home, building the supply chains here, and creating jobs here for Africans. So SE4 has helped establish the Council for Critical Minerals Development, a Global South-led platform along the UC Davis Global South Center for Clean Transportation and the Duke Nicholas Institute. Its job is to catalyze local critical mineral value chains, delivering world-class data analytics, facilitating South-South collaborations, building technical capacity in beneficiaries. In Nigeria specifically, the work is concrete. We're supporting the Federal Ministry of Solid Mineral Developments on green industrialization. We produced an analysis that maps the minerals the world will demand from energy transition technologies right to 2060. And it identifies how Nigeria can leverage its own resources like lithium to build integrated supply chains for batteries and solar PV, rather than just an exporting ore. And we contribute to Nigeria's mining sector roadmap, which is a specific focus on these critical minerals and their value chains. The point is this: the energy transition can be something Nigeria builds and profits from, not just something that it pays for. Next slide, please. Now that I've spoken about the gap, so let me be equally honest about the progress, because the signals are genuinely turning positive. The headline is that public and philanthropic money is starting to do exactly what it should, crowding in private capital. You can see on the slide here that more than $1 billion of private capital is being leveraged into the DARES catalytic funding through GAP and a multi-billion-dollar market opportunity that Nigeria owns and agencies have identified. The point isn't any single number, but the direction of travel. It's not just money. The institutions are forming too. Investors and companies coming together through Mission 300, companies being ready for investments and financing that pays for real. Verified results rather than promises. So this is a market in motion. The foundations are being laid. The question now is pace and that's where I want to bring us back to. Next slide, please. So now, as a room full of young people and youth at the center and youth at the climate conference, and I'm not going to give you the standard youth at the future line. Like, I want it to be sharper than that. So we are central to this in 3 specific ways. Firstly, we are the primary beneficiaries of this transition. A young, fast-growing population stands to gain the most from reliable, clean power in health, education, and in opportunity. This transition is quite literally being financed for our generation. Secondly, we are a jobs engine. The clean energy transition can create hundreds of thousands of skilled green jobs in Nigeria. That is work that keeps talent here, that gives a young engineer or entrepreneur a reason to build their future at home rather than traveling abroad. And thirdly, this is the one that was probably the most important for all of us here. We are the most credible advocates of this agenda. When capital sits in pledges instead of projects, it's public demand that moves it. It's young people like us holding policymakers and financiers accountable, asking the hard questions. The money that was promised, where is it? And that pressure is not a nuance to this process. It's part of how the process works. So we are not bystanders to the financing story. We are one of the forces that determines whether the money actually moves. Next slide, please. Oh, this is the final slide. We'll go back to the last slide, please. So let me close where I started. The gap essentially is enormous, but so is the opportunity. If we get the financing right, Nigeria's energy transition becomes our generation's greatest engine of jobs, of dignity, and opportunity. On behalf of Damilola Ogunbi and the whole SC4All team, thank you for having me, and I'm welcome to take any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much, sir, for the presentation. Thank you so much, sir, for the presentation. Do we have any question for Mr. Folao? Questions? I feel like I want questions from here. Any question for him before he leaves? Okay, there's someone at the back. All right.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shubomi. I heard you say something about the Mission 300. I have had to read about the energy transition plan in passport. Like, this is the first time I'm hearing about that. Could you provide like more clarity on what that is?
So Mission 300 is essentially a global movement that was started by the World Bank and the African Development Bank to empower 300 million Africans with new electricity access solutions. So it's just development partners across the world have realized the problem in Africa and the gap in Africa, essentially. What they care about is the gap. The problem is ours. So what they're saying is they are going to provide funding and support for us to give electricity access to 300 million Africans. And Nigeria is one, we have 85 million Nigerians without energy access. So we are the flagship country for this program. So Mission 300 starts with us, and it's just about extending electricity access to people who have never had electricity before.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there any other question? Okay.
Good day, sir. Thank you very much for your powerful presentation. My question is for people with renewable and solar energy businesses, people with current certified technician certificates who are starting solar energy businesses. How do they key in to these many grants, these many proposals that are these new funding opportunities available in the renewable energy sector?
So very good question. As a new developer in this space, the DARES program has a portal online that you can search and you can apply for the grants, essentially. It depends on what sector that you want. There's a grant for mini grids, standalone solar systems, solar for business, and productive use of energy. So whatever line your company falls under, you can go on the website and apply for the grant.
Sadly, we won't be taking any more questions. Thank you very much, sir, for your presentation. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. All right, so we're moving towards the end of the program for today. And the next, okay, I'll pause. Thank you, DJ. Thank you very much. Okay, so part of this program is that we invited young people to share their view through creative art expression, which is spoken words poetry and also poetry writing. And we have 3 great poets in the house, and I can't wait to listen to them. You guys, please, we need the ginger in the room. So the first poet that will be coming up on stage is Hassana. Let's have you. Please, a round of applause for Hassana as she comes over to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abdullahi Hassana Maimako. I came all the way from Abuja. I'm just going to correct the intuition that this is a poem because it isn't. I think it's more of and like a speech advocacy that was written by me. So yeah. The title of this is A Dying Planet, A Rising Responsibility. The global world is in a state of chaos. And it's not just based on national or regional wars being fought in the global south, north, west, and east on a race to acquire or maintain global hegemony. It's the use of chemical and nuclear weapons to eradicate not just entire race, but natural habitats and destruction of animal lives that aid in the preservation of our environment. We watch as cities get flooded, forests turn into deserts, and children growing up under skies filled with smoke. And we justify all this under the disguise of evolution or defending state sovereignty. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a scene from a fiction. This is the realities we all live in today. As such, we must treat climate change and environmental sustainability of utmost priority and with urgency. The generation of present and future multitudes depend on our action and decisions. They depend especially on governments to protect them at all costs by virtue of the social contract. Because when we as citizens abide to state laws, governments have an obligation to protect us from potential harm, which include climate change. However, the fact remains, no one knows what the correct moral framework of each individual has its own moral metric they believe to be true. That is, companies making profits at the expense of the environment, government incentive to not strictly regulate, or justification for wars. This means that the best way to achieve morality, to maintain the basis of what defines us as a moral actor and understand where our responsibilities lie, is to expand upon lots of metrics of morality, which I call utilitarianism, meaning helping more people for a longer period of time to achieve better lives, and this can only be achieved by a collective action. Hence, government must enforce policies and regulations that protect the environment. Industries must reduce carbon emissions and go green. Make greener products more affordable or subsidized. Schools must educate young individuals on environmental sustainability and responsibility. Communities must also engage and encourage activities like tree planting, proper waste disposal, and recycling. But more importantly, we as individuals must change our habits. If we fail to do this, it will so much be hard to combat and respond to climate crises when we haven't put in place necessary measures or create alternative resources of energy. Because the reality is, glaciers are already melting, overpopulation already happened, and we can't just kill a bunch of people to reduce the environment. But what we can do is put preventive measures in place. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is happening now, and we must act now. And that is the moral thing to do in order to preserve what's left of humanity. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Hassana, for sharing your inspirational speech with us, and I could tell that we were inspired. The next person I'm going to be calling on is Miss Blessing. She's going to be presenting a poem, and please let's indulge her and listen attentively. And also, you have 3 minutes. Please give her a round of applause as we work towards the speech. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon.
Okay, so this is like a contest to the poem I want to present. So the organization I work within, we have been doing a lot on climate change. This year alone, we'll be able to empower and fund about 20 young people to do climate action, climate resilience, climate adaptation within their locality around the Lake Chad region. So when we talk about the Lake Chad region, we talk about Nigeria, Niger, Chad, and Cameroon. So this poem is inspired by what we do around the Lake Chad region. Thank you. So the poem is titled, When the Lake Began to Disappear. As you listen, may you be motivated and be inspired. Once, Lake Chad was a mother. She carried fishermen on her back, fed children with her palms, sang softly to villages in Nigeria, Niger, Cameroon, and Chad. She knew our names. She knew our hunger. She knew the language of survival. But slowly, the water began to retreat like a frightened child, and the earth cracked open under tired feet. Boats now sleep on dry sand. Nets return home empty. The wind carried dust where laughter once lived. A farmer in Bronu looks at the sky like a prayer unanswered. A mother in Diffa walks farther each morning searching for water, with a baby tied to her back and another holding her shadow. In Cameroon, children learn the meaning of climate change even before they learn geography. And in Chad, young men stare at shrinking shores, wondering if tomorrow we remember them kindly. But this is not just a poem. It's not a poem of only grief. Because across the wounded basin, young voices are rising, like stubborn trees after wildfire. We are the generation that refuses silence. We are planting hope with blistered hands. We are speaking truths in the rooms built by indifference. We are demanding policies that promote both people and the planet. For climate action is not only about carbon and conferences. It is about the fisherman who can no longer feed his family. It is about that girl whose education drowns in displacement. It is about the community forced to migrate from a crisis they did not create. Lake Chad is disappearing, and so is our time not to look away. And perhaps healing begins when Africa, Nigeria, stop treating this tragedy, stop treating this as tragedy. Let's not start looking at it as a distant headline and start seeing it as a shared wound. Let the nations gather, let the youth speak, let leaders finally listen, because the lake is calling us back to responsibility, to justice, and to each other. And maybe, just maybe, if we act with courage, the children yet unborn will inherit waters instead of warnings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the lovely poetry presentation. I want to ask you for a line that you picked from that presentation, because I could see your gestures as you were listening and you were very inspired by what she was presenting. All right, so quickly, lastly but not the least, let's have Miss Deborah on stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, change makers. My name is Deborah once again, and I'm an agroforester from Abuja. So the title of my poem, The Earth Still Call, is written to remind us that the impact of climate change we've been hearing from afar is
at our doorsteps. And as change makers, when we go out there to create awareness, it's also to inform us that we should not leave them in fears. We should also make them understand that there is solution to this problem. So my poem goes like this. The word climate change once felt unreal. Like distance, stories we could barely feel. A whisper warming carried by the breeze. Far from our homes, our rivers, our farms, and our trees. But season now arrive in a different ways. The sun burns hotter through the farming days. The clouds delay the long-awaited rain. And thirsty fields cry out in silent pain. Unlike the years our parents used to know. When planting season came on time to grow, the skies now shift with strange uncertainty, leaving behind both fear and poverty. The soil grows weaker under constant heat. Crops struggle daily just to stay complete. The land once rich with harvest, green and wide, now slowly fades beneath the changing tides. Our farmers wake before the break of dawn, yet still return with hope already gone. Hot climate breeds disease in the land, destroying livestock, crops, and careful plants. Communities endure both loss and pains. This is no longer a fiction we ignore. Climate change is knocking at our door. Yet, this poem is not a song of fear, but a reminder that our role is here. If we choose action that is true and real, let us plant trees where empty lands now stands. Let forests rise instead of falling down. For every tree becomes the earth's green crown. Let us protect the river, the seas, and air, and learn again to live with thoughtful care. Dispose our waste in safer, cleaner ways, so future children breathe through brighter days. Let farmers learn sustainable new skills to heal the soil and to strengthen barren fields. Let community unite with common voice. Let little action, though they may seem small, can still bring hope and healing to us. And if together we decide to stand, we can restore the beauty of our land. The earth still calls for our hearts that understands. The saving nature means saving mankind.
Thank you very much, Ms. Deborah, for your presentation. That was really inspiring. And yes, we are finally at the last agenda for the day. And it is great pleasure I would invite the SDSN team in person of Ms. Farida to come for the closing remarks. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes off stage. It's not easy to be an organizing team. So please clap for Ms. Farida as she comes off stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Aimina. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be here to give a reflection of COYEC 2026. Before I begin, I would like for us to do a quick exercise. If your journey to get here today involved you entering a plane, please stand up and remain standing. And if you're already standing, can you wave? If you entered a plane to be here today, I can see 2 people at the back that came in yesterday and another person here as well. Thank you. That's 4 people. If your journey to get here today took more than an hour, please stand up and remain standing. Anyone?
If your journey to get here today took more than up to 30 minutes or more than 30 minutes, please stand up and remain standing. If you came by car, bus, taxi, or any form of transportation, please stand up and remain standing. If you woke up this morning and you made a conscious decision to be here today, please stand up and remain standing. Can you give a round of applause for yourselves? It has to be stronger than that. Thank you very much. You can sit now. Thank you. Every single person in this conference room made a journey. It may have been different distances, different efforts, different circumstances, but all arriving at the same place for a shared purpose. Please give yourselves another round of applause. What this exercise was, what I aimed to achieve by having this exercise done is to show us that presence is intentional. Everyone here made a decision, whether big or small, to be part of COIEC 2026. Over the past few days, this conference has been more than just a gathering. It has been a space for learning, dialogue, innovation, and connections. We have shared ideas, challenged perspectives, and explored solutions around us. This year is very important and very significant because it is taking place in Abuja for the first time. And that milestone represents growth, expansion, and a stronger effort to bring conversations on climate action, sustainability, technology, and youth engagement closer to more people and more communities. The theme of this year's conference is Future of Work, Technology, and Sustainability in a Changing Environment. It is not just a relevant topic, it is an urgent topic. So we are living in a time where work is evolving rapidly, technology is reshaping every sector, and sustainability can no longer be postponed or treated as optional. Throughout this conference, we've been able to challenge ourselves, think innovatively, ask questions, and demand for more from the people who matter. As we live today, I hope we remember that this conference does not just change the world on its own, we change the world. So as I leave this stage, I'd like you once again to clap for yourselves and thank you for coming here. Thank you to the event, the members of the team, the organizing team, and for every single delegate, the abstract presenters for your amazing work and amazing efforts. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Faridat, for the wonderful closing reflection. And for the closing remark, permit me to invite Mr. Aji to the stage. Please, a round of applause for him as he works.
Thank you so much, Amina, and thank you so much, Faridat, for that wonderful COIEC reflection. This is an event that we've started planning since last year. It's always become rapid for us. Immediately we get to the year. We have over 40 volunteers, who have been working behind the scene to make sure COIEC is a success. It's a two-day event. How many of us attended the abstract presentation yesterday? And yeah, we'd like to use this opportunity to also spotlight our abstract presenters. If you presented yesterday, please kindly rise up and take a bow. Abstract presenters. We got a very good feedback from the abstract presentation yesterday. Please appreciate them. Yes, we had over 24 abstract presenters yesterday explaining to us on their research findings and their innovative ideas. It was awesome. And today marks the end of COIEC 2026. Please let's appreciate ourselves for attending. Yes, and the event will not end until we appreciate those that also partnered with us for COIEC 2026. As you can see, we have our co-hosting partner, Ambassador Victor. Yes, thank you so much for co-hosting this with us. COIEC is an event that will try as much as possible to zone across the country. It's even a Pan-African event. So don't be surprised if we move COIEC to Kenya, to Gambia, to Senegal next year, because that is how it's meant to be. We've had COIEC in Lagos and we brought it to you live in Abuja. So yeah, just keep checking our social media pages, our social media channels to see where we're going to be taking the next COIEC. Yes, so moving back to our partners, the Federal Ministry of Environment, They generously gave us this venue to be able to make sure that we're all seated, all comfy today. Please, let's clap for them. Yes, and then the Federal Ministry of Youth Development, they were so supportive, and you saw their presentation also. I mean, this is an initiative that they support almost every time. And then LBS sponsored our conference materials, the pen, the jotters in Lanhard, we're really appreciative. Please, a round of applause for LBS. And we have CJN, they are our media partner for COYEC 2026. And then we have ACCI Best Event Center. ACCI Best Event Center was going to host us actually before Federal Ministry of Environment said they would want to host us. So we just had to switch to this place. Thank you so much once again to all our partners and then to all our exhibitors. I'm very sure that we've all moved around to see what people are building because that's actually the goal of COYEC. It's a conference of youth on environment and climate. So we build things will encourage innovative ideas. And I mean, you were outside to see what our exhibitors brought to showcase for this event. And once again, like I said, this event is brought to you by a large team that makes sure that everything went well. I mean, yeah, we can all see. So I would like to also appreciate our volunteers again. Please, if you're a volunteer, you can just raise up your hand while the participants appreciate you. Please, please, please. Thank you so much. And yes, I think I've exhausted my list of who else is on the list that I'm here to appreciate. Yes, our highly esteemed delegate. Many people applied, and I will call on just some of you, and this is you here today to grace this event. Without you, we would not have been here. And I really appreciate you for taking time to come from, I mean, some people flew in, some people took the road, some people took the sea just to get here. Thank you so much. Please clap for yourself. Thank you so much. Do have a safe trip back home. I hope you enjoyed the event as much as I do or as I did. Thank you. Bye for now. See you again next year. So all the volunteers, please kindly come to the stage so that we can take a picture. Volunteers, thank you.